Hello and welcome to Runkle of the Bailey. My name's Ian Runkle. I'm a criminal defense and firearms lawyer, and hopefully everyone can hear me. Today I wanted to cover the Ben Chew motion that just happened in the Johnny Depp trial. So basically, if you were on Verdict Watch today, and I know tons of you were, what you will have seen is at one point Ben Chew sort of asked the court, "Have you seen our motion?" And the court says, "Yes." And but we're not, I'm not ignoring you, but I'm ignoring you because we're not actually going to get to it. So that was a bit of a moment there. Uh, so at the time, everyone was going, "What is this motion? What is this motion? What is this motion?" And we didn't know. And right now, we've actually got the motion because it was published to the court page. And so we're going to go through that together and we're going to have a look at it. I also have a whole bunch of super chats that I need to catch up on. And as I mentioned at the time of those streams, I'm going to be covering ones that have questions. If it was just something with sort of a thank you or something like that, I've read them and I appreciate them, but there's only so much time in a day. And and I was making that clear sort of at the time. So hopefully nobody is upset. But if you are, you can find me on Twitter and voice those complaints there. I'm also we'll just dive right into the motion, I guess. Give me a second. I'm just going to see if I can share the screen here. And sorry, I'm just trying to pull this up. All right, good. So I see somebody asking if I passed their message to Rob. I am not sure which message because I get a ton of requests to pass messages to Rob. There's a lot of people who have requests for Rob, so maybe there's lots of them. Somebody's asking to talk about the handgun freeze. We can talk about that a little bit today as well. I talked about it yesterday. That's a thing. People saying I look extremely well rested. I got 2 hours of sleep last night, folks. I didn't. My scheduling is way off, and I had to wake up early in order to get my dog to the vet. So Potter is fine for right now, but he does need to go back in tomorrow for X-rays. So fingers crossed. We'll have to see. All right, so you see this in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County, and filed May 31st. That is today. And in Depp and Heard. So, plaintiff John C. Depp, the second's memorandum in support of objection to improper argument and motion for a curative instruction and revised special verdict form. So this is basically they're asking for a couple of things. They're saying that one of the closing arguments was an improper argument and should not have been made. And this is actually a Rottenborn position. And they're asking the jury to be instructed to reject it. And somebody's asking if I have a P.O. box. I do. I should put that in my about page. So I will do that fairly soon. So this, unfortunately, did not go anywhere. This is what they were asking for, and they didn't get it. But let's have a look here. So plaintiff John C. Depp, by and through his undersigned counsel, hereby moves this honorable court. So they're asking the court to do a thing. To 1, strike defendant's inappropriate argument made during closing argument and instruct the jury to disregard the inappropriate argument. And 2, revise the special verdict form with respect to Mr. Depp's affirmative claims against Ms. Heard to conform to the language adopted by the court in the jury's instructions. So those are two very separate issues here. And so this is, I see somebody asking, did the errors in the jury instruction get corrected? Ben Chew was actually asking for them to do that today, and that was not permitted. And I'll explain a little bit about why. All right. So first is with respect to the court should provide a curative jury instruction. The question is, why would they do that? What's going on here? And this is because counsel for Ms. Heard told the jury that their decision in this case would send a message to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. And I'm going to see if I can switch this over to the highlighter tool. No, looks like that's grayed out. Okay. And so counsel for Ms. Heard also stated that a ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and shortcomings in a relationship, you have to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what Mr. Depp wants you to send. So that was the line, and I'm pretty sure that was from Rottenborn. It's a powerful line, right? It's compelling. It's something that is gripping. It moves the heartstrings as to this. But that's kind of that's a problem. And they say the remarks made by Ms. Heard's counsel to the jury improperly invite the jury to focus on a larger social objective beyond the case. And they quote that. And the reason why they quote that is that that's actually a quote from another decision. That's the Plymale and Morandi case, which I have not read because it's out of my jurisdiction. But they're saying the jury is not permitted to ask the juror, or the counsel's not permitted to ask the jury in order to basically rule this for reasons outside of the four corners of the case. And that's really what this is asking the jury to do, right? You need to do this to send a message, not just about, not just about this case, but about domestic violence in general and about what victims, should be believed in general. Well, this case is about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So let's not have it decided based on, on these larger issues. So they say prosecutors violate this edict when they stray beyond the defendant's crimes and ask the jury to convict in order to send a message to the community. That's quoting another decision. And so that is, and there's some additional stuff here that says, indeed, an attorney must not ask a jury, and that's must not. That's pretty strong argument, right? To send a message to anyone. Juries are not in the message sending business. Their sole duty is to return a verdict based on the facts before them. Urging a jury to send a message is impermissible because it implies that there's a reason to find the defendant guilty other than what the evidence has shown. Now, this, of course, isn't a criminal trial. This is a civil trial, but essentially they're asking the jury to find Mr. Depp liable for comments and to reject his claims and therefore find Ms. Heard, not liable based on, on reasons other than what the evidence has shown. So they say such argument by Ms. Heard's counsel improperly invites the jury to decide the case based on passion and prejudice, and a specific jury instruction is necessary to cure this impropriety. So that is also some strong language on this. So they say Bracey does not compel the conclusion that a generalized jury instruction that the statements of counsel are not evidence is sufficient to dispel the level and type of prejudice generated by the prosecutor in this case, and accordingly that the general instructions the district court gave to the jury were insufficient to mitigate the prejudice of the send a memo statement. And so that was, basically saying send a memo to this to the world. And somebody saying, why didn't you object during the closing then? I mean, maybe that was a time to do it. And he may have missed it. Objections are hard. Objections are very difficult because you've got to be on your feet and you got to be on the ball. And sometimes you just miss it. So somebody's saying, why didn't they do it when they heard it? Again, they might have missed it and then realized how serious it was a little later on. So that's sort of why we're doing this here. So Mr. Depp hereby requests that the court instruct the jury to disregard this argument. Ben Chu is an excellent lawyer, and his legal writing is actually pretty good. But I really hate the herewith and wherewithin and, whither to and therewith for and all of this. Like, that is lawyers wanting to sound more important than we are. We're just people. And so I don't like the herewith. It's just the proposed order attached as exhibit whatever or attached. So, yeah. Oh, people are saying my sound is skippy. I'm sorry. Hopefully that'll clear up. I don't think I have anything going on. So, yeah. So they're sorry, just to resume where we are. So they're noting so they say the court has discretion to give this curative instruction. So the court, what they mean by that is that the court has the power to do it if they want. And so they note here, and they're citing something saying an objection must be made contemporaneously with the introduction of the objectionable evidence or at a point in proceeding when the trial court is in a position not only to consider the asserted error, but also to rectify the effect of the asserted error. So what they're arguing about is exactly what people were saying. People were saying, okay, well, why didn't they object at the time? That is an issue. And Ben Chu and his team recognize that that's an issue. And they're saying, hey, we think that we're still good. We think that it's still, that this is still a live issue. And I see somebody saying, if I'm paying BenQ that much money, I want to get my herewiths and all my documents, possibly. And this is sort of another one. I've had clients reject my contract and wanted in lawyer speak, as they call it, because it was in plain English and not Shakespeare. That is a thing. Clients will ask for, oh, why can't you clear this up? Well, because plain language is better. We don't need to write this like it's 1620. We can write this like it's actually, today, and a little more clear. Somebody's going, can that cause a mistrial? I don't think it's going to cause a mistrial. It might be an argument on appeal, because the judge has said that she's not going to entertain this. So yeah, I do try not to just ignore the sort of non-super chats, but on some days it can be hard to catch up with them all. Just so you're aware. I mean, there's lots of chats come through. So yeah, that's somebody says, I write insurance language in plain speak all the time, and my clients appreciate me for it. Yes. I have had the other side send me court order, like proposed language of court orders. And I always just scratch it out and basically say, no, please send this to me in conventional English. Especially because if you're dealing with things like contracts and so forth, people have lost contract cases on the basis of like a single comma. Why would you be using weird, sort of weird old language? All right. So Mr. Depp's request for this curative instructions during deliberations is substantively similar to the curative instruction Justice McCullough advocated for in his dissenting opinion in Maxwell. That is not a great thing, because when you're arguing for something that was given or that was suggested by a dissenting opinion, dissenting means the losing side. So you always kind of want to be citing to the primary aspect. So that's the first thing, is basically we don't like that they were saying this, giving the jury this larger cause to rule on. And we want the jury to be instructed to ignore this. Jury, this was wrong. This should never have been suggested to you, and therefore you should ignore it and instead proceed on the basis of, the actual evidence in the trial and not anything like that. I think this is a perfectly good, this motion makes a lot of sense. And so you might be saying, well, why wouldn't the judge want to hear this? Why wouldn't the judge consider it? And so the reason why the judge wouldn't consider it is because they're already in deliberations. She said they're already in deliberations. I'm not changing the instructions now. And that's fair too, right? There's a potential aspect for a there's a potential aspect for a dispute there. So somebody says not only super chats are important. I agree. I do try to cover. I do try to monitor the chat and try to cover, discuss things. But yeah, I'm getting people asking if I can bring the dog in. I will try to do so. But I don't know if they'll come right now, because my wife is downstairs and the dog's kind of like hanging out with her. So, and I can't blame them. They've got good reasons for that. All right. So the next thing they're asking for is they're saying that the court should correct the verdict form to conform to the jury instructions. So basically they're saying that that there were some minor mistakes and they want to fix that. So they say Mr. Depp also requests that minor corrections be made to the special verdict form with respect to Mr. Depp's affirmative claims against Ms. Heard to conform to the language adopted by the court in the jury instructions. So there's a distinction there, and they want the form to be updated for that reason. And I see somebody saying, in my firm, we have some partners who use modern language and others who think antiquated language is needed. I've been reprimanded. This is everybody who asks me, do I want to go to law school? This is something you will have to deal with if you go to law school, which is that sometimes you just can't win. Different partners have different, notions, and sometimes you're going to get yelled at no matter what you do. So Chapter 8, thank you for the super chat there. Just I saw that one sort of as I was going, yep, that reminds me of when I was articling. So yep. I see some people are trying to dig up drama. I really don't want to dig up drama. Yeah, so that is that's sort of what I'll say about that. Both sides in the drama have requested that it end. And I think that is the mature and wise position. And I respect that tremendously. So unless something along that line changes, I'm just going to ignore the drama and let it die. That's where things should be. All right. So Mr. Depp's proposed changes to the verdict form are necessary to correct an inconsistency between the jury instructions and verdict form that could confuse or mislead the jury and merely track the substance of the court's prior rulings. So they're saying, listen, we're not asking for a big change. We just want a little clarification. And this is what you already ruled, Judge. So you should give it to us. Fair ball, except the jury is already in deliberations. So they say specifically, the question in the verdict form that reads the statement was false should be modified consistent with the language adopted by the court in the finding instructions to read as follows. The statement about Mr. Depp was false. All right. So, and they've got as attached as Exhibit B, the special verdict form with the proposed changes. We'll have a look at those. They're not asking for a big change. So they say, in addition, the order of questions in the verdict form should be adjusted slightly to conform to the order of jury instructions. The current order of the questions is as follows. 1, made or published by Ms. Heard. 2, about Mr. Depp. 3, false. 4, has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And 6, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. So Mr. Depp's proposed review or revised order is below with the proposed additional language included in bold underlined font. Now I'm just having to look here where the the swap that they want to make is they want to take number 3 and move it to the back. So you see made or published, then about Mr. Depp, defamatory implication, designed and intended, and then the last one now would be that, that 6th one. So the statement about Mr. Depp was false. So conclusion, based on the foregoing, and welcome to the people who have just come here from Legal Bites' stream. And so and I see some spammers here. I'm just going to hit that. So conclusion, based on the foregoing, the court should grant the plaintiff's motion. The conclusion is basically, we asked you for a thing, please do the thing. Now I'm just going to switch this over to stop showing the other screen for a moment. And the reason why is because the order includes all of their contact information, and YouTube sometimes has a notion about that. All right, sorry, I'm just trying to, oh, that's too small. How do I, there we go. That's the right size. Sorry, I'm still figuring out the StreamYard stuff. Right now, they've got the transcript. I'm not going to go through the full detail of the transcript here, but we can just look at the closing segment that was being talked about. So this is, they're looking at this. So Mr. Rottenborn, they're trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion. Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. Or alternately, if you faked pictures, then they're fake. Somebody was asking, are the transcripts on the Fairfax site only the transcripts that are attached to this motion? Because they attached, that was in support. It's unusual that they actually get transcripts this fast, but they did in this case. So if you did take pictures, they're fake. Again, if you faked pictures, they're faked. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything you can to help your spouse, the person you love, rid themselves of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins them into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. If you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. This is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he'll start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. And that's what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just trying to see. I see some people saying that there's some bots in the stream here. I don't see the bots with a quick look, but I will try to keep an eye on the chat here. Somebody saying glad to. Whoops, that was not the one I was trying to. Somebody was saying glad to see I got all my stuff back. Yes, I was actually especially glad to see my notebooks, because I was taking notes and looking at the jury during the trial. I was really glad to see those come back, because it was a big sort of moment there. I mean, those I couldn't get back. I could have actually gotten back the other stuff, but not that. So I see people calling for slow mode. Let me just throw that on here. I'm not going to set it for too long, but there are always people who want to sort of get that taken care of here. So I'm just going to, sorry, that's just going to take me 1 second here as I just jump into the control panel here. Yep, that is not the right control panel. Sorry, folks. I'm just I'm still very new to all of this and trying to get it taken care of. So, okay, slow mode is on with 60 seconds. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to make sure all of that is sort of taken care of. I see somebody was asking about this video, the video or the audio of Dr. Spiegel asking Elaine in court about lying on the stand. I looked over that. I didn't see the same thing. What I saw is that he was asking, what can I rely on? So an expert asking what he can rely on is in fact appropriate. Lying on the stand, of course, would be something else. And I don't think that anybody was going to put up with that. So that is, that's a good thing there. All right. So that's basically, I'm not going to go through all of this because the transcript, as you can see, is fairly long. They also included as Exhibit B their proposed changes and the special exhibit form or special verdict form. So this is how they wanted the form to be changed. And the reason why you include this, of course, is you want to make it real easy on the judge. If you're asking the judge to change the form, you want to make that very simple, and you want to make that straightforward. Somebody's saying, thank God no one got their hands on the notebooks to do wrong. There's not a lot of wrong that you could have done with it. I didn't include anything. I write my notes like if I might lose them lose them somewhere. And, so there's nothing in there that identified jurors. There's nothing in there that, that causes any sort of problems like that. It was just would have been that I would have lost it. So that's sort of what they're looking for. And Exhibit C is the old form with the corrections sort of highlighted. So that's what's going on there. I see questions here. People are asking, when will we get a verdict? And that is a good question. We may actually not be getting a verdict at all because if they're taking this long, there is entirely the possibility that they could be that this could be a hung jury. One of the things here is you've got to consider if you believe Amber, then Depp is terrible, and so forth. And if you believe Depp, then Amber Heard is terrible. And if you have those two people sort of sitting there in a room, it's going to be very difficult for them to somehow come to some sort of conclusion. And so I see we've got some trolls in the chat, and yeah, trolls. I'm not sure what your deal is, but honestly, you should go outside and touch grass. That's that's kind of my take on this. You need some better, better things to do there. And tons of fake accounts. That it is what it is. All right. So somebody was also asking what I think of the jury, and somebody wanted to know the uh, if if there's a link. I can try to pull up a link later. I'm not going to be able to do it right now because I'm fiddling with all of this. And uh, if we end up in a situation where I see people saying turn on subscriber mode. If I have to do that, then I will. I'm not going to turn on members only mode for two reasons. One, I don't have members only, and the second thing is that I don't really believe in it. So yeah. So in terms of the question and what we can read into it, so what the question that the jury had was today was, is is that supposed to be a thing where they look at the entire article, or is it a situation where they're only going to be looking at? And I've just turned on subscriber mode. There's that might slow the troll flood down a little bit here. So yeah, sorry if you're not not somebody who has been a subscriber up until this point, but yeah, it is what it is. So what they're asking is basically, is the defamatory statement the entire article, and that's the sexual violence article, or is it just the article about, or is it just the headline? And the judge basically said, this is very clear that it's just about the headline, and so they have to check with the lawyers to make sure that that's agreeable, because the lawyers might have a different view, right? And so there might be a situation where there's going to be some argument about that. But everybody was in agreement, and they had a little bit of a quibble as to the wording of it. Elaine wanted to make sure it was the distinction between title and headline. And that was a fair response to say, listen, we want to look at the headline as opposed to anything, or as opposed to calling it a title. The jury, my read on the jury is that this is a very diligent jury, and jury instructions are boring. Jury instructions are not something that is super interesting. And this was a situation where, when I was in that courtroom and they're reading, the jury instructions, the jury was very attentive. In fact, it was perhaps the most attentive I'd ever seen them in this whole proceeding. They were very locked on, and I think that's a great thing. Like, that's a situation where, that's what we want out of a jury, right? We really want a situation where the jury is taking their job seriously. Now, there's a whole bunch of different ways to interpret this question, and to to say what does this mean? If they're asking, can we look at the headline? Well, it might mean that they've already decided that there was republication, or it might mean that they've decided that republication is not a thing and didn't ever happen, because now they're saying, oh, well, we'd like to find defamation, but we can only do it if we can look at the article itself. There's all sorts of, when you're trying to read into these instructions, sometimes a jury instruction gives you a lot of details and a lot of clarity as to what the jury is thinking. For instance, they can say something like, can we find self-defense if we think that the accused person threw the first punch? That is a self-defense. That question indicates a lot about what the jury is thinking, right? It sort of suggests that the jury has already decided that the accused threw the first punch, and that is what they're going with here. And Yeah, people in the chat with drama, please stop. This is not a place for it. I don't want to see that. And yeah. So this question is very uncertain. It's very vague, and it could go either way. Uh, I don't know what we're going to look at here, and we'll have to see. I think there's a real possibility we get a verdict tomorrow, but we'll be on jury watch. I'm going to be focusing on it and trying to see it. So somebody says, "I can't believe you're not watching the Oilers game tonight." I'm not actually a big hockey fan. I know I'm super terrible. So that lots of people sort of give me grief over that. So uh, I don't think we can read too much into it. I want to see what's going on here, and yeah, looks like I do need some mods. I have some mods, but it doesn't look like they're sort of on right now. But we'll sort of see what we can do here. So it says, can anyone explain what it was the judge denied today? That was what we went through just now. And again, it was denied not because it's a bad motion. The judge was just saying, listen, we've already started the deliberation. I'm not bringing this in order to readjust this, and that's not how we're going to do this. So that is where we're sitting there. Jessica Sakame, thank you for the $2. Can the jury say all cash goes to charity instead? I don't believe so. That would be a very unusual thing. The money goes to Johnny Depp, and if they assign money to Depp or to Amber Heard, if they give money that way, and essentially the at that point it's his to do whatever he wants with. If he wants to, spend it by building a big pile of money and then setting fire to it, then that's his right. If he wants to build a giant statue of Amber Heard with the "I stepped on a bee" face, that's also his right. They can't say we're giving money, but it has to go to charity. Laura Friedrich, I'm an incoming first-year law student at the University of Alberta, and it's so cool that you're putting little old Edmonton on the map in LawTube. Well, thank you. LawTube isn't really sort of an organization or anything like that. We're just it's just lawyers who do this sort of stuff online. But and if you're at the University of Alberta, if I'm always happy to help with questions, that applies to, or really, if you're any Canadian law student, I'm happy to help with questions. And feel free to look me up, and I can try to. Law school sucks. Law school can be really difficult and really brutal. So I'm always happy to assist people. Runkle, would you have motioned if you were in there or not? I assume that's in their place. I absolutely would have. I think it was the right call. Just because at this point, they'd lose nothing by trying it. There's literally nothing that they would lose there. Somebody's saying, did I get my wife that piece of jewelry yet? No, we are going to go get that fairly soon. But we have a specific item there picked out. So yeah. Hey, Runkle of the Bailey, what are your hobbies other than law? I like to do leather work. I do target and competitive shooting, which has just been impeded quite badly here in Canada because of some laws that I'm going to be talking about in videos coming up. Yeah, those are things that help sort of bring me a little bit of calm and peace. I also I play role-playing games. I also am a big fan of video games. So Hogue and I will probably be doing a stream at some point, just talking about our mutual love of nerdiness. I see lots of people are offering to be mods. I'm gonna have to set up like a mod process, and I don't have that. I don't have that yet, but once I get that going, we'll have to sort of. I'll have to sort of take applications, because it does look like it used to be that if I did an online stream, I could get like 500 people in there, and now I've got 20,000 today. So it's a bit of a different circumstance there. All right. So I've got a bunch of super chats here that I'm behind on. I'm going to try to speak to some of those as we go here. I also have to catch up on a whole bunch of them here. So just lots of people. Somebody asking, do I watch Stranger Things? I have watched all the past ones. I haven't yet watched this one, and I'm looking forward to when I get some time to do so. Ali Ismail, thank you for the Australian $15. Thank you for all your hard work and providing us the updates on this. Really hope jury lets us have the verdict tomorrow. I agree. Though for the public, we know JD now has to clear his name and can move on from this horror. Yes, I agree with that. So just looking here, somebody says, "Hope your dog feels better soon." Me too. Thank you. Thank you for breaking everything down for us. Thank you very much. Tanya Kessler, thank you for the $20. Just love you and Emily, Rob, and DUI Guy. Thanks for making learning stuff fun and giving my 50 years of life livable again. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Fingers crossed for verdict tomorrow. Absolutely. So I can get back to other law nerd learnings. Yes. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Hope your pup is okay. Thanks for all you're doing. I'll see if I can get the pup onto the stream here. Judge PA said not at this time because it's at the jury right now, but maybe she will. I suspect if she's not doing it because it's at the jury right now, that she just won't. That this is not going to be allowed, and so forth. So I don't see that we're going to see there. Somebody saying, "Can you decide to practice in the USA?" I don't know. I suspect I would have to go through a whole massive process, and yeah. And just looking here. Yeah, somebody's saying don't just mod people because they want to be a mod. I'm going to have to set up an application and, sort of see what's going on there. Mocha Cafe Arts, what's your D&D race, class, and alignment, if any? Right now, I am playing in one campaign, I am playing a gnomish wizard, chaotic neutral. Very larcenous because I do criminal defense, so knowing how criminals work kind of makes a thing. I'm actually writing a D&D book based on sort of criminal activity in the D&D campaign set or D&D sort of universe. That is going to come out a long time from now, not anytime soon. Have you seen the Netflix series Mindhunter? I have. I quite liked it. However, there's a lot to it that is. There's also a lot of issues with it. That's just kind of that. Download performance in. There's a gun ban, and you're rambling on about this bullshit. I live streamed that yesterday, and I'm working on a video to go through the legislation. So chill, man. Give me a little bit of time. I'm hoping to get that video out soon, but I want to go through it very carefully. Why do super chats have to be called out? Because people want them to? Yeah. As I said, I'm trying to cover not just super chats, but, just have a discussion with people. That's sort of the... Would a more diligent jury hung up on technicalities not be a bad thing for Depp? It might be. Since the facts are on his side and the law on hers, absolutely it could be a better position for Amber Heard. That said, I think they're going to be going through all of the facts in a lot of detail, and I don't think they like her. That's my take there. Runkle is our very own Hurtin Albertan. Well, thank you very much. Somebody's saying if I'm looking for a new case after this one, maybe Marilyn Manson. It's going to be a while before I sleep on concrete again. Just sort of a thought there. So I don't know what's going on there. Somebody's saying, do I have an email, Runkle of the Bailey? Yes, it is. You can find it in my about section. So you can definitely track that down. Just looking here, somebody trying to keep track of the things. I'm going to have to turn up the slow mode here because I don't have the mods at the moment. So I'm just cranking that up a little bit. Sorry, folks. I know that's not ideal, but yeah. Am I old enough to recall the rodeo song? I am not. So, yeah. What's the best version of D&D and why is it 3.5? I like 3.5. I also like 5th edition for different reasons. I like different things about them. I like that 5th edition doesn't seem to be full of traps, and that is a good thing. What time will I start Verdict Watch tomorrow? I will probably start that. Well, I'll wake up when I wake up, and then I'll probably pop around on other people's streams just because there's lots of people already streaming Verdict Watch, and they're people I respect and have a lot of regard for, and they don't need another person sort of competing with that. So yeah. So I see here, if the jury sided with Johnny Depp, can you break down what damages would be fair? My opinion, Pirates 6 lost salary minimum 22 million. I could see them giving the entire 50 million he's asked for. And that I but I kind of have a feeling they might just go for 7. So, yes, that might be 7 is kind of a nice round number, and that I feel like there is a real poetry to the $7 million number. And so that's something there. Thank you for sleeping on concrete. Appreciate your efforts. Be strong. Well, yeah, it was fun, but it was also stressful and so forth. What do I think Depp's chances of winning are? I think 70%, 70% that Depp walks out of there with money. 29% that nobody walks out of there with money, and 1% that Amber walks out of there with money. So yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm getting lost in all of this here. There's chats coming in faster than I can handle them here. A Canadian non-hockey fan, you must repent by saying 3 Tim Hortons before your soul can again become as pure as maple syrup. I'm going to horrify you here. I also don't drink coffee. So I don't have a whole lot of reason to go to Tim Hortons if I don't drink coffee. So Noah H, thank you for the $7. Been a fan since the Canadian knife law video. I kind of want to redo that one because it's a popular video, but it was done before I knew how to edit and anything like that. So as a Canadian sports shooter, your videos have helped me greatly. That's what I'm glad to hear, and amazing to watch your channel grow. Thank you very much. Ash Yeshka, so thank you for the $5. So glad redemption of Depp was one day after trial. Landed major movie role in Beetlejuice 2. I'm going to watch the heck out of that. Movie industry is not waiting for a verdict. Booyah. Yeah, I think that is that's a good thing. Johnny Depp is a good actor. I mean, he's been in a number of different roles, and we'll have to see there. So I'll never mod for free. No, fair enough. That's that's a perfectly reasonable stance. Thank you for coming to the U.S., giving us Canadian eyes on the topic. Yeah, it's there's a lot of different views on this. Somebody says, "Are you a tea drinker?" I am mostly a cola drinker. That's how I get my caffeine. Do I think the jurors will speak out after the verdict? That would be interesting. Their identities are going to be protected for a year, so the media is not going to be able to hound them. And but they can speak up. And I mean, some of those jurors may be looking at like a book deal or something like that. That is very much something that they might pursue. What do you think will happen if Amber Heard wins? Well, she wins, and I get upset because I don't, I have a very hard time seeing how they get there from that. Matt Pirtle, Runkle is the coolest guy on LawTube. I love how fair you are and how you always shoot straight with everyone. Well, thank you. Thanks for all your hard work for us. Thank you. Well, somebody says, I also think no more than 10 million, 7 million probable. I think 7 million is a real possibility on this one. It's just so poetic in terms of the numbering there. Have I covered the Mark Twitchell case? I have not. And the facts on that one are such that YouTube is unlikely to make it fun for me to cover, because if I put a video on that, they may do stuff. Horatio Algebra, I missed your super chat. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up as best I can. Asked on Legal Bites with regards to guns and fear. You said get someone to teach at the range. What if I don't know anyone who uses guns, or if they do, it's in the closet and never mentioned? What you can do is if you find your local firearm community, like there's probably something on Facebook or something like that in terms of that. And if you go on there and you post, hey, I'm a newbie, but I'm curious, I can guarantee you that somebody out there is going to say, you know what, I will take you out. So give that a go. I think that you'll find somebody. And if you were local in my area, I'd take you there. Kian Husseini's better said now before you get into gun talk. Thank you. I'm trying to keep on one topic, but I have the attention deficit, so it doesn't, yeah. I don't drink coffee. I take back my last super chat. Let me tell you the story of why I don't drink coffee, because it's not, it's not that I'm opposed to coffee in principle. It's just so what it is that when I was a kid, I had really bad asthma. And when I mean really bad asthma, my first memory, like the first memory that actually is one I can remember, is of being in an oxygen tent, which is not a great place to be. It used to be bad enough that if like my mom went to go shopping and she handled a can that had been handled by somebody who had a pet, because I used to have pet allergies; those have gone away. That and then came back and sort of touched something I touched. It was something that might actually that might send me to be unable to breathe. It was really bad. So one of the emergence, like if you are in having an asthma attack and you are in an emergency, and this is not medical advice, this is historical about my life. Consult a doctor if you have any sort of notions. But basically, black coffee, because there's a component in coffee that can, sometimes be used in that fashion. But you have to drink like an entire pot of black coffee, and you kind of have to chug it. And so and you don't want to dilute it with cream or anything like that, because then it's going to be, then you have to drink more of it if you're diluting it, right? So, and you've only got so much stomach capacity. You need maximum coffee for that stomach capacity. So, it's really a situation where, you are having to drink this coffee, and you're drinking it probably cold, because if you're drinking it hot, you can't chug it, and without anything in it, and you already can't breathe. So you do that a few times in your childhood, and your urge for coffee, something in my brain says, do not do this when I try to drink coffee. So that's sort of where that comes from. Gail Sanders, thank you. I see Mary Mac, need a Canadian artist for your D&D project. DM you. Yes, that would be cool, because I don't have any art, and that would be a thing that would be useful. Do I also cover tactical batons? I have been planning to do a baton video at some point. I see people noting that we've got 20,000 people in the chat, so please hit that like button. Subscribe if you like, if you're enjoying this. Yeah. Any plans to revamp or upgrade your studio space? If you're looking to turn pro, the standard for production values is quite high these days. One of my goals is eventually to take this entire house and push it down. And if I do that and rebuild on this site, if we do that, then I will be building a sort of dedicated studio space. This is quite a small house. I don't really have a studio space like that. Kitten Moose, thank you for the 4.5 quid. Hello, and thank you for your calm approach to the craziness. Would Amber Heard continue to claim physical sexual abuse if JD wins this case? I think she would probably want to avoid, avoid further lawsuits. So that might, that's kind of the point of a defamation suit, is to sort of stop that. What happens if Amber Heard cannot afford the judgment? Well, she may be able to declare bankruptcy, but she may not. And Rob from Law and Lumber is probably going to be doing a video on that. And it may be that she's unable, that it becomes a non-dischargeable debt, which would mean she can never escape it, or at least not in bankruptcy. $7 million is disrespectfully underpaying him. I agree. However, a jury may still do that, and it may be a situation where where that's going on there. So somebody says JD is actually not a terrible musician. I've never actually seen him. I would, I suspect it's going to be hard to get a ticket to any of his shows anytime soon. I don't know that he's going to be coming to sunny Edmonton. If Johnny wins, do you think they would also consider the debts occurred in the marriage could be a part of the settlement? I don't see how they would look at anything in the marriage in terms of the debts there. So, yeah. So just looking here, I see some people give me a little bit of a chaotic thing. Somebody's saying, when is D&D? I want to get that going. I'd love to do sort of like a lawyer's D&D, but I don't know when that'll be possible. And we're all busy people. Like, this is super. I have not been getting enough sleep. So, all right, just sort of looking here. Sorry, I'm trying not to miss super chats, but I know I'm probably going to. I'll mod if you need it. Really love the LawTube community coming from Twitch. I know how overwhelming it can be. I'm going to have to set up and request some mods and go through all of that. Did you have your mind made up before this trial, or did it cement your own thoughts? When this trial started, I actually thought that there would be no way that Johnny Depp could win this. I thought that he had a 0% chance. The more I saw of the evidence coming in, I thought this could actually be a real case. Like, this could be a case that people are arguing. And now I'm at a point where I'm thinking he's got a 70% chance of winning, which from 0 is a tremendous jump, right? And that is largely because Amber Heard is one of the worst witnesses I've ever seen, ever. So, yeah. Nate made a Google questionnaire for chat to fill out, similar to what jury has. It seemed clear that some of the questions, especially the second and third statements, were misleading and confusing. Hopefully, jury is able to decipher. That would be an interesting thing to look at. I think that we might actually get juror studies on this one. Somebody asking, am I going to do D&D on my live streams? Maybe. I have yet to decide on that. So I hit like. Thanks for the reminder. Well, thank you as well. What is D&D? Dungeons and Dragons, role-playing game. So Paula saying I'm so boring. Well, you know where the door is. I'm not keeping you here. That's this is what you get. Sometimes boring and long-winded is my brand. Pollyanna said, I'll absolutely take you up on that offer. I'm not local, but I go to Edmonton for a couple of weeks every summer. I'm guessing that's a range trip. Yeah, we can make that happen. Get in touch with me. Because I am entirely down to try to sort of to help share the sport. Please do Megan the Stallion and Tori Lanez trial. I'll have to look up what those are. And I'm not sort of familiar with what's going on there. What happens if the jury cannot find unanimity? Does that mean that both sides can't appeal and have to drop the whole case? No, it means that there is that this is a hung jury and that they that they just have to decide whether they're going to refile. It's a mistrial. So yeah, lots of people in the chat who are Dungeons and Dragons players. So isn't the damages only what is only for what is after 2020? That is, I think it's actually for before 2020. But yeah, there is a time frame aspect there. Oh, somebody's saying Rob's in the chat. Hi, Law and Lumber. Hey, Rob. Good to have you here. Somebody's saying it's not law related, but how do you, as a successful guy, manage attention deficit? It's ruining my life. I can't take it. How do you do it? This is the kind of question I'm always happy to deal with. It's tough. You develop coping strategies as best you can. You see where you can sort of work things out. I see some people asking if Law and Lumber's coming in here. Maybe I'll. I see requests to include Law and Lumber here. I'll shoot him a link. That's not a requirement. If he's busy, then all good. But he's often good at helping sort of manage my attention deficit brain, which is a useful thing. I mean, relying on people who can help you out is a good thing. It's as much as you can, just trying to manage it. And that means sometimes developing good habits. It means finding what works to help get your brain right. So, yeah. Ever seen the show Better Call Saul? I love Better Call Saul. It is amazing. I've actually done one video on Better Call Saul. I'm probably going to do some additional videos on that. It should be $7 million plus the $7 million for taxes he paid for her. I think it should probably be more than that. I would personally like to see, I'd personally like to see more than that. Could Amber Heard win on the abuse hoax claim, even if Johnny Depp wins on the sexual violence headline? So he wins on the SV, but not the other types of abuse? Absolutely. It is possible. The jury could do that. I'd love to see Law and Lumber along with you playing D&D. I don't know if Rob plays D&D, but I could certainly extend the offer there. I second the offer for Art. Cool. Is having a good repertoire with a client important to a case? It's not necessarily essential, but it is. There's a, we describe this as the solicitor-client relationship, and it is a relationship, right? You have to have, you've got to be able to relate to your client and vice versa. I've had clients, who ask me, they say, I'm just not, I'm not feeling it. And it's like, okay, go with someone else. Uh, it does matter in that, to have a relationship. You want to be able to trust your lawyer, that you can, talk to them and say things. Hey, Runkle, can you explain to me what the Bailey is? It's a reference to a Rumpole of the Bailey. So it's kind of an homage to that, which is a BBC series and a book series about a British barrister doing criminal defense. So, yep. I just love you. Thank you for all you do. You're straightforward and to the point. Much appreciated. Well, thank you very much. It'd be cool for him to get the 10 million that donated all to the children's hospital that Amber Heard was supposed to send it to. I think that would be a real class move from him, but it's his money, right? He can do what he wants with it. Personally, I mean, if I had Depp's money and could sort of afford to lose $7 million, it would be really interesting to just be, and it was supposed to be like 3.5 million to that children's hospital. I can be a petty guy. So I would probably, if I was Depp and I won, $50 million, I'd probably give 3.5 million to the children's hospital and $1 to the ACLU, just, so that they know I'd pledge $1 to the ACLU, or maybe pledge the 3.5 million and just never pay it. Just something to say, yeah, that they can't, just sort of something to turn the screws there, because I think that the way they've behaved is so far not the greatest. Hey, Runkle, I just became a new subscriber. Thank you. Love your content. Thank you for your hard work during the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. It's been a blast. I've actually been enjoying the heck out of it here. So, yeah. Do you think Heard's team was out-lawyered? I do. I think that they were like Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu and the rest of the team have been really fantastic. They work together really well. And that is, there's moments where like Ben Chu is making an argument and one of his lawyers like passes a sticky note and he just reads off at the citation. That's a lot of trust, because you're presenting this to the court in your own, like, this is your argument. So that means that you trust that person who just gave you that sticky note implicitly. That is beautiful to see. So, thank you for the super sticker. Just looking here. Oh, somebody was asking, do you have yellow flag laws in Canada? Yes, that is a whole complicated topic. But we've got sort of a whole variety of flag laws on the firearm stuff. Here for law and D&D, just no rules lawyers. It's actually funny because when you get a bunch of lawyers in the room, you tend not to have as much rules argument, believe it or not. I know an artist who would love to illustrate you for Dungeons and Dragons, likely for free. Also, you're not boring. I'm not inclined to take work for free. I don't want to be that guy. There's lots of people out there who are like, I'm an influencer, give me free stuff. I would much, art is hard. So that, I don't really want to be the guy who is pressing people to do free stuff. Being reported that Kate Moss was at the Johnny and Jeff Beck concert tonight makes me happy. That is awesome. Yeah. Somebody says, do I believe in ADD medication? Yes, I have medication. It helps, except that the side effects on it kind of kick my butt, and that's why I don't take it. So, yeah. So this is my criminal defense lawyer hated some of his clients. It happens. He was a bit of an a-hole, though, but sweet to me. I mean, it happens. Not all of your clients are going to be nice people, and sometimes sometimes that's the thing. Somebody was asking, could I have a gun talk with Lauren Southern? I think she's probably big enough that she would not return my calls, but she's also not top of my list of people I'd want to do a collaboration with on that sort of thing. But the tops of my list are all people who also wouldn't be likely to return my calls because they're, huge channels. Yeah. And I'm not going to name them, because if I do, then people go into their channels and are like, you need to do stuff with Runkle, and I don't want people harassing them. So, yeah. So the Beard of Doom, thank you. Live fast, die al dente, ramen. That's pretty clever there. I like that. Um, what are your thoughts on U.S. gun violence? That it is largely driven by the war on drugs and the social structure. That is a whole video in and of itself. People ask me what is the solution to gun violence, and it's often a big step would be legalizing things. I've been following you since around the beginning of COVID. As a Canadian gun owner, I appreciate what you do. Thank you. Haven't followed the Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp nonsense, but very happy to see your success. And I mean, this is not going to be for everybody, and the rest of my content is not going to be for everybody. I get that. I really appreciate that you're sort of following along here, and happy to see the channel grow. I really like covering this in part because it gives me an opportunity to cover some legal issues with an example in a way that lets me talk about this and get people to actually listen. So yeah. Do you think over the 10-day break her lawyers helped her coach her story? That would not be ethical, so I don't think so. No. Do you think Amber Heard's lawyers knew she was lying and helped her? I don't think so. I think that they probably had some suspicions that her evidence was not great, but that's not sort of the point where you have to step in and take sort of ethical steps there. You're absolutely not boring. Sometimes. The most informative and interesting attorney out there commenting. Well, thank you. Somebody says, how bad is the judge ignoring this to his case? Well, I mean, it's no worse than it was yesterday. So the other thing is that if she had gone with it, it might have opened up an avenue for appeal. So if Depp wins having lost this motion, that is a better win in some ways than the reverse, if that makes sense. So yeah. Somebody noting, yes, all of Ben Chu's team seem to actually be a team. They work really well together, and that is, it's a real great thing to watch. So somebody's saying, as an artist, I love you even more now. I don't want to be the guy who's hitting up artists going, please do me a free thing. As a lawyer, we get the same stuff where everybody wants something for free. And I mean, my dream is to be able to do the law pro bono. But it is still, it can be a headache when you've got that. Runkle, love your coverage and calm demeanor and your commitment to help us digest the issues for those of us who are not lawyers but love law. I love the law, and I really want to share that, and I want to share an understanding of it, and I want to, help people understand, because a lot of times people get upset about things they see in the law, and it might be because they don't understand. Or people, struggle to manage to deal with the law. In criminal defense, I often have this issue where you end up with clients who aren't intentionally doing something wrong. They just misunderstood the laws. I hate those clients, and I not like personally. I just hate having them because I think that they should never be coming in front of the justice system. So, Runkle, as the judge made the jury question public, not to my knowledge. The jury foreman number should be on the question. Who's jury foreperson? We don't actually know at this stage. Could emotional damages be included in the number awarded to Depp? Love your coverage, Runkle. You have the coolest demeanor. Comic book about lawyers next. That would be neat. I don't know about the emotional damages. But there is a place for punitive damages. So, love your beautiful hair. It hooked me. Explain. Love your dedication there. Just looking here. You're saying, is it not concerning that the jury is taking that long, even with such strong evidence? It is a little worrying, but I wouldn't say, anything there. Or so, yeah. If a guy with the means to present proof loses, what are the chances for normal people? That is a very good question. Do I love sushi? Yes, I do. Please, someone summarize the motion. Rottenborn, in his closing, made some improper arguments that that the jury should find against Johnny Depp because of the social implications. They want that stricken and a jury instruction to disregard that. They also want to clarify the jury instructions. The judge has said that she's not going to entertain either of those points. If I didn't become a lawyer, what profession would I have chosen instead? I don't actually know. That's a very tough question. So, yeah. What legal argument of yours are you most proud of? I won at the Supreme Court on an issue that ended up changing the framework in terms of how police have to interact with arrested people across Canada, and made the made it so that your rights at the roadside are or at arrest are more meaningful. So I'm very proud of that. That that is, I think, probably my biggest achievement. There's some other ones there. Punitive cap is 350,000, and the jury can't be told if over, then only cap awarded. No compensatory cap. Punitive cap excess does not transfer to compensatory, and that makes sense, right? The jury is capped off at 350,000. Although I think Elaine actually did tell them that. If they give 700 million for punitive damages, then it's just 350, and it doesn't flow into the compensatory because they are different kinds of damages. So that makes sense there. All right. So, do you know if studying poli-sci with focus on international studies in the U.S. Would work for being a lawyer in Canada? It might. I mean, lawyers have all sorts of all sorts of different backgrounds, and everybody brings something different to the law. Thank you, and please do a live or a video about the new gun law they want to pass in Canada. I did one yesterday. I'm going to be doing another video going through things in some detail. Hey, welcome, Rob from Law and Lumber.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Oh, I'm trying to go through super chats here, and as you know, I am getting behind on it.
I know you are. I came in for just a minute because I have to actually jump on to help our good friend Kurt to walk through New York Times v. Sullivan, where you and I left off and got sidetracked on our ADHD adventures.
Well, that is a thing that happens. So, but I appreciate you popping on and checking in. It's we're still on jury or on verdict watch. Did you see the motion? Have you gone through that?
I did. I it's a little bit late.
Yep. And they actually try to address that too. They try to say it's not too late. The jury's still deliberating. We still got time.
Can't mess with it now. Too late.
The judge said no. That's sorry. They're deliberating. You should have objected about this at the time. And
Ian, I have to thank you for something that you left behind at my house.
Oh, hey. You know what? That is going to be more of a hassle to ship. So, please accept it as a.
It is charging my phone as we speak.
Yeah, it's got some battery to it. I picked up 2 of them. I kind of figured I'd forgotten one because when I unpacked, I was like, I got one of these. I used to have 2. Yeah, no, make use of it. It's not worth shipping across the border.
And while I have your attention, you have Kit Kat and Secret McSquirrel in the chat.
Okay.
I'm going to ask them to drop a comment right now so that you can mod them because they've offered to mod for you and they're great mods.
Awesome. So Kit Kat, Secret McSquirrel, can you toss me a quick message here, or just into the chat there? And just waiting for it here as I try to catch them to mod here. Sorry, Rob, you're already getting the thirst comments in the chat.
It happens every time. It's fine. But can we talk about Runkle's hair right now? Because it's actually kempt. Like you can tell he had a night of sleep.
You know how much sleep I got last night?
A solid 6 hours?
No, 2 hours.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, I couldn't get to sleep, and then what is it? Once I finally did, I had to wake up super early in order to take the dog to the vet. So it's a fun moment here. This is sleepy Runkle, but I'm actually feeling better than before because sleepy Runkle from sleeping in a bed is better off. Somebody in the chat saying Runkle should buy that $400 hairbrush that chat suggested. I should probably look into a better hairbrush. So, yeah. All right. And I don't see Kit Kat or Secret McSquirrel making a comment here, so they might have stepped out.
They'll be here at some point. And when they are, guys, you know how to get his attention.
I'll try to catch them. All right. So, there we go. There's a Kit Kat. Add moderator. There we go. Oh, had to wait 2 minutes to reply. Yes, I've had the slow mode on just because it's kind of crazy here. Somebody's saying, Woody Woodman asking, no one has answered yet. How can a legally obtained audio video be used in court? If they have an agreement on that, then they can potentially use it. There's a distinction between it being a crime to obtain something and it being legal to use as evidence. So I don't know about Virginia's rules, however, so that's sort of its own question there. All right. So I see here, loving your input and your views in law. Have I ever played Rifts? Palladium? I have played Rifts. Rifts is a fun game, although Rifts gets to be weird. The balance on Rifts is a little weird sometimes. The game I like most right now, the two games I like most, Stars Without Number and Blades in the Dark. And Rob is making the I don't know what he's talking about face, which is fair.
No, but apparently I have to learn how to play Dungeons and Dragons, so I'm going to work on that one. But
fair enough. We can walk you through it.
I'm going to leave you here for the moment because I have to support another one of our good friends. And
sounds good.
Guys, stay here. Runkle is freaking amazing. I love his content. Stick around. Keep watching. I love all the love you guys give him. And yes, the Rob and Runkle show is going to continue because Absolutely. I know that Runkle at some points when he's tired needs a little push.
Absolutely. And thank you for coming on here. There will definitely be more Rob and Runkle show in future. So yeah, we'll sort of figuring things out as we go. All right.
Thanks for having me, buddy. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for popping in. Bye. So is the jury asking for clarity on the op-ed title versus article a bad sign for where the jury is headed? It could be a good sign. It could be bad. It's very difficult there. Yes. So this was the super chat I just answered. Hopefully that covered the question there, or the non-super chat rather. But love the show. Keep up the great work. This I have not seen. I will have to have a look at it because that is that's interesting there. I'll have to try to follow that here. Somebody's saying I'd really like to see an episode about your views on U.S. gun violence in society. I can absolutely do that. It will probably make a whole lot of people angry, but that is it is what it is. When I get people angry at my views in the chat, it's just like, well, sorry, those are my views. So. Your total monotone responses to trolls make me laugh. Love your sense of humor. I'm a dedicated subscriber no matter what you talk about. I mean, the trolls are just the trolls. They're doing their thing. What do you speculate Judge Askarati thinks of the evidence in the Depp and Heard case in general? I suspect she's very skeptical of Amber Heard, but I can't say for certain. But I suspect that if this was a judge alone trial, we'd be out of here with a verdict by now. Comments on success, stereotypes of Canadians, and people not getting referenced to Red Dwarf, Monty Python. Thanks for reading normal chats. Hit like, everyone. Well, thank you. Somebody asks, is my hair natural? Yes. And I'm not going to dye it because once you start dyeing it, you are on a lifetime path of keeping on dyeing it. Hello, Runkle. Thank you so much for sleeping on the floor to keep us informed during the Johnny Depp trial. Hoping your back gets better soon. It's been a lot better, although right now I have a nasty tingle in my left foot because I have a nerve pinch. So, yeah. Would I be interested in joining a D&D game? We do it over Zoom and Roll20 and sometimes Discord. Theoretically, but the problem is that my schedule is super erratic, and it makes it very difficult to join a D&D game where I am not DMing, because when you're DMing, everyone runs around your erratic schedule, but my schedule is very difficult to manage. BC just ruled that small amounts of illicit drugs will be legal beginning January 2023. BC, this is an enforcement thing rather than a legality thing because British Columbia does not legally have the power to make them legal. That is a federal government power, and so they can't decide that, but they can decide to just not prosecute and to not pursue them. So, yeah. Somebody says, don't text in trial. I was surprised by the amount of time lawyers spent on their phones while stuff was going on. You can't have your phone in that courtroom, So the only time I was texting is when there was a break. I'd step out, I'd text, and then I'd step back in. Congratulations. You're now a patron of Ian Runkle. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hello from a fellow of Barton. Do lawyers check references for clients, well-known or celebrities? I mean, you can look up a client, and sometimes it's worth doing. Somebody's saying, "Oh, that's just trolling," and yeah, you can take a break. Brianna, regarding U.S. gun violence, I struggle with it. I feel like the mass availability and unique relationships with guns contributes a lot, but undeniably, the social and economic situation in the U.S. is a factor. I mean, it is. The thing is that I can make a usable. I can make a usable firearm out of stuff that I get at Home Depot in about an hour. So you're never gonna undo that technology existing. It is what it is. I already sort of covered this earlier. Leatherwork and woodwork sometimes, although not nearly to the same degree as Rob. Rob is an expert. I can sort of barely dabble. Video gaming, lots of stuff, and target shooting, of course. So yeah. Somebody says this is the first time I felt the judge is making a huge mistake. I mean, judges are going to make mistakes. That is part of judgment. And yeah, are you in legal mindset brothers or at least related? No relation whatsoever, at least so far as I know. Where can we find your appearance in Supreme Court, please? If you go to the Supreme Court webpage, they have a list of all the Supreme Court appearances are videotaped. The case is the Queen, so R, and GTD, which is VGTD. So, yeah. Pro Bono came here from Legal Bites, as I'm sure many did. Thank you. Thanks for all your hard work and sacrificing sleep to get us the inside scoop on jurors and such. Go Pro Bono. Is that how you spell that? Yes, you spelled it correctly. And yes, that is my objective at some point, would be to just do the YouTube for the money and the legal work for nothing. So, yeah. Can I do a video on mental illness and gun rights? Should people with a background of mental illness? Interestingly, you can. Not all mental illnesses will preclude you. So that is, there are plenty of people with mental illness who do have firearm licenses here in Canada, and they're vetted. They have to sort of show that their psych agrees with them having one. But yes, that is a thing there, or that's allowed. Thank you for that. This is possible. Sometimes juries don't want, or sometimes judges don't want to open up an angle of appeal on things because they already think that that things are going to be ruled in a particular way. Thank you, Prairie Charm Soaps. So for the super sticker there, and I'm trying to catch up here. Somebody's saying, I started going gray at 23. Your hair is amazing, but so confusing for trying to get an idea of your age. It's funny because sometimes people think I'm 60. Sometimes I get carded trying to buy alcohol. So I joke that I've got the face of a 14-year-old and the hair of a 60-year-old. And yeah, this is sort of jumping around here. I'm trying to catch up on all the super chats. It's not... it's a little difficult here. So if I ever want to chat Twitchell, yeah, shoot me a DM if you've got some interesting information on that one. Zamber Heard's lawyer on Johnny's payroll. No, why would she embarrass herself like that? She's trying. That's a quote. She says, Your Honor, I'm trying. Looking forward to your analysis on how new gun laws will impact us. That'll be probably a few days. I want to go through that legislation very carefully with a fine-tooth comb, and I want to make sure I get every detail right, because that is very important to a lot of people. Reduce police numbers now that gun crime will go away? Yeah, that'll never happen. The police, they always just want more police. Love your style, content, and kind bluntness from Gentle Rain ASMR. Fellow BC Canadian attention deficiter here. Any thoughts on the Texas school shooting with regards to gun laws? It seems to me that we always punish the gun owners for failures of the police, and there were a lot of failures of the police there. But you're never going to be able to prevent tragedies entirely, and yeah, it's a complicated issue. What's the difference between badgering and compound? Compound is when you ask two questions in one. So if I ask, for instance, was the car blue or was it, going too fast for you to tell? That's a compound question because I'm asking, was the car blue or was it going too fast to tell? Badgering is when you start sort of arguing with the witness and they've already answered and you're just trying to, you're not allowed to just sort of harass the witness on the stand. So that's sort of what that's about. Cynthia Taylor, thank you for the super sticker here. I'm sort of trying to have a look here. I see somebody saying hit the like button. I always appreciate that. Suzanne Johnson, I agree. I definitely find target shooting to be very centering myself, and my aversion to coffee is understandable, so it works. Yes. So, and if this is you, that's cool. You don't need, this. You don't need to announce it. You can just go. That's that's entirely fine. I'm okay with that. So yeah. All right. Just sort of seeing here. More people with drama in my chat. Please don't. It is what it is. Somebody saying, y'all ain't right. Thank you for the super sticker there. Favorite duo, Rob and Runkle. Always down for some R&R. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I really quite like having Rob on the channel. He's a great guy. I can't say enough good things about him because I mean, among other things, he invited me into his house without ever knowing me, just because I was in town. The lawyers usually have a few weeks to decompress after a big case is over. If you have done your scheduling well, then yes, you do. But or you don't necessarily have that. I've had trials that are a big trial and then you have to turn around and start another one. So that, yeah. So what he says, not a fan of guns myself, but I love your measured approach on gun issues. People talking about gun issues often come across as people who probably shouldn't have a gun. Yeah, and I wish those people would not, do that because, when they're, if that's, I don't like when I see people who are doing that sort of thing. I want to, have a responsible gun community. Anybody you'd recommend? Carl from In Range TV is he's American, but you should check out his content. Forgotten Weapons is less political, but it's it's a good thing. Somebody saying usually Buddy is so condescending. I'm not bothered by it. I've seen some people saying, "Oh, we think he's being disrespectful." He's not. I got no issue with that. So I'm just looking here. I missed them go up the comments. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep them up or keep up with them, but the chat is jumping. I see people volunteering. Thank you for the $2 there, and I'll have to sort of. I'm just gonna have a look here. Just I've got more people going on that than I can sort of cover on all of this, but at some point I'm gonna have to go through and sort of establish a mod team now. Law and Lumber, thank you for helping out Runkle in Virginia. He's a good guy, and thank you. Absolutely. So I definitely appreciate it. So I'm just seeing, do I think Johnny will refile if hung jury? He might. It's hard to say. He might say, listen, I've already won this in the court of public opinion. I'm good to go. Or he might say, you know what? I'm not getting the, I'm not getting sort of the clearing of my name that I would like to, and let's go again. It's hard to say what's in his head, and yeah. Found you through Emily B, and so glad I did. Thank you. Thank you for teaching me so much. You role play furry. Take care. I'm not a furry. I do role playing, variety of games, but yeah. Judging by your hair, if you didn't become a lawyer, I think you'd be slaying monsters for coin. People have made that comment before. I might lean into it for my Halloween, Halloween costume there. So just looking over here, just trying to see, have I seen Pathfinder Starfinder? Yes, but I like Stars Without Number better. It just, if I'm going to be playing like a space game, then that's what I'm looking at here. Listening to LawTube has replaced my true crime podcast while I clean. Well, awesome. Although I also listen to true crime stuff sometimes. Thank you for making chores not boring. Also, where should I visit in Canada? Vancouver is beautiful. Victoria is beautiful. Quebec. I don't recommend Edmonton. There's not a whole lot to see here. Sorry, Edmonton Tourist Board. Yeah, Ottawa, lots of stuff. Runkle, what made you want to become a lawyer? Was it something that always appealed to you? Law is fun. It's really law is a beautiful puzzle, and it also gives you the opportunity to help people in a real meaningful way. When when you help somebody out sometimes in the legal practice, it can be life changing. I've seen people who've been. I dealt with a guy who was like late in his life and was had basically never spent more than 6 months out of jail, and I was able to help him get some treatment and some help for his issues, and he hasn't been back in custody since. He's able to just have a normal life and uh, to function in that fashion, and that is tremendously rewarding. So, MJ Hoover, thank you for the super sticker there. I think I'm missing super chats, but I'm trying not to. As a DV survivor, this trial made me angry, but Rottenborn's closing statement actually made me sick. Amber Heard is not my spokesperson. I agree. There's a lot of people who are feeling that way. Somebody saying, "Oh wow, you have a Secret Labs chair." I don't really recommend it. I've had to replace both arm pads, and they say that it's my fault for not sitting evenly. And I'm going, no. The bottom of it, like the seat, has had problems, and yeah. Somebody asking, "Are you fighting with Nick too?" No, I like Nick. I was on his channel a couple days ago. Everybody wants the drama, and I don't understand why. Um, yeah. Fun fact: his hair had color before this trial. People have made that joke before, and yeah. Can a judge overturn a verdict she finds unjust? Not just if it's unjust. There are some It basically has to be that it's impossible to come to in law, and we're not going to get there on this particular case. There have been articles saying the ACLU is suing Depp. Is that true? They're asking him for $86,000. My understanding is that that is for document costs because he requested that. And I've talked to some local lawyers, and they've said that this is fairly common. What, if any, I see what you did there, is your favorite example of the law in action? I.e., what court case or personal story is your favorite example of justice being served? I mean, some of them I can't talk about because they're just, some of the details would reveal sort of privileged information. But I'm thinking I had a domestic violence allegation made against a guy, and it was very clear. By the time the trial was done, it was very clear that this was a false allegation made for malicious purposes. And I was very happy to be able to bring him a measure of justice because we were able to walk out of there, and he walks out of there without getting a conviction, and that was a good thing. So Runkle's Musketeers and Rob's Woodchucks unite. So that is that's entertaining. Are gun owners in Canada a small community, or is it comparable to the U.S.? Not as many in the U.S., but lots of people there. So is there a right to own guns in the Canadian Constitution? No. Yeah, we can dispute over whether that's a good thing. I think that is that. Somebody's saying I can make a gun in under an hour. Mad skills. It's really not hard. I'm not going to go into how because YouTube takes a position on that, but it's really not hard. Can the woman who talked about Amber Heard's career potential get in trouble by Disney by giving away parts of Aquaman 2, such as Mira having a baby? I don't think so. There might be non-disclosure agreements, but they're in court. So, yeah. Thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Why has Canada sold codeine over the counter when U.S. hasn't? We've got our whole big distinction in terms of how we handle drug regulation and so forth. How about talking about not being able to own a gun in the U.S. if you smoke marijuana and not at the same time as shooting, for the record? Because U.S. is marijuana is illegal federally, that can create issues. In Canada, because marijuana is legal, you can smoke marijuana and own a gun, but you should not do them at the same time. Never handle a firearm if you are in any way incapacitated or intoxicated or not at your full self. I have actually driven out to the range, felt that when I got there I was too tired, and then turned around and went home because I was like, I am more tired than I thought. Somebody saying, is it the Queen and GTD 2018 SEC 7? That it is. So, yep. Jordan Pearson interview probably won't happen. I don't see why he would ever come on my channel. I mean, lots of people want me to interview people who have millions of subscribers, and they're probably not super keen on that. Somebody's asking if the $350,000 limit has anything to do with big tobacco. I don't know. So yeah, somebody says I'm definitely not 60. I've had some weird, some moments there. I had somebody ask me if I wanted the senior discount at one point when I was shopping, and then the same day I got carded buying a bottle of scotch. So that was a bit of an unusual moment. Somebody says, I'd say Runkle is 35 to 45 years old. You've got the range. So, yeah. 19K here. Come on, subscribe for Runkle. Let's get him to 200K. Subscribe to me if you like my content. That's the thing is, I'm not going to say, hey, you need to subscribe to me for, I want people to sort of know that. Somebody saying an attorney on Popcorn Planet says Amber's fees and charges will be paid by her home insurance. Your home insurance may actually cover more than you expect. And I don't know what the terms of her home insurance are, but it is not impossible that this is happening. So that can very much happen. And, home insurance isn't just for somebody slipping and falling on your, on your sidewalk. It can be a thing there. So somebody's saying, I disagree with you on guns, but I respect your point of view. When did we get to the stage that we can't listen to other people's point of view? I know it's a thing, but I don't understand it. I agree. Some of my closest friends are people I disagree with on a lot of different topics. I actually kind of feel that that you don't know if somebody's a true friend until you've had an argument with them. Because at that point, once you've had an argument with somebody and stayed friends, you know that you're both mature people who can do that, who can have that kind of dispute and argument. So, and I mean, I'm a lawyer. I like discussing things. I like taking whatever, sort of positions there. And yeah, I too love you and Rob of Law and Lumber together. Hope you both continue to have each other on each other's YouTube channel. We will absolutely, that'll be a thing. How do you manage to do your normal work and your YouTubing? I have given up sleep and recreation. That's sort of the game that I've been waiting on for forever. The full version came out, Hard Space Shipbreaker. I quite like I liked playing through the demo. I've managed to get in an hour of Hard Space Shipbreaker since I got home, and it felt like a real luxury. So, yeah. Oops, sorry. I tried to click one and then my chat updated and missed there. Do you think that an anti-narcotic video game could help educate or prevent this type of confusing narcissistic abuse in the future? I don't know. Video games do have the potential to educate people, but, yeah. So he said, found you from Emily's channel as well. So cool to find out that you're Canadian. Hello from Vancouver Island. Hello. I wonder where on Vancouver Island you're at, because, I've spent quite a bit of time on parts of it. I spent a ton of time on Denman Island. How do celebrities choose law firms? Probably very carefully. So on the Pew Pew Freeze, that'll be on my live stream from yesterday. I'm also going to be doing a video on that coming out. So the jury asking their question, the statement was false. For title, does it imply that they've already answered the main question? It might, or it might imply the opposite. So yeah. All right. So I'm seeing here, what is the definition of abuse is the jury using? Whatever one is in their head. They get to decide what abuse means in this context. Much love to the Supreme Court champion Law Chad. Well, thank you. I'm way behind on chats here. Love your coverage. Been listening to yourself and various Verdict Watch streams in the background today while building a couple of Lego sets. Lego is great for just kind of tuning out, although it's gotten super expensive. What new observations did you observe regarding the difference between U.S. and Canadian law and court proceedings? Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. They're actually very, very similar. So, I mean, the law is a little different, but it's quite similar there. Have I ever taken any cases? I wish I hadn't. Kind of. I mean, sometimes you end up dealing with a client and you don't like it. I have fired clients at various points because because I couldn't do it. So that is that. Someone says, get a Herman Miller. Those gaming chairs are all ass. Yeah, I would not buy this again. Sorry, Secret Labs. Yep. So somebody said they said you didn't sit right. Reminds me of Apple saying that people who are holding the phone wrong when it had band issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. How do you not sit right? They're saying you have to sit perfectly evenly. Well, two things. First, nobody sits perfectly evenly, and second, I have a bad back. I sometimes have to, sit in whatever posture doesn't hurt. So, I mean, if your chair can't handle me sitting, then I think it's a bad chair. And these chairs are not cheap. So, yeah. Somebody saying Black Belt Barrister was interesting. That was over on Legal Bites, and that was interesting. Trying to catch up here, and we've got Emily D. Baker in the chat. You saw the comments there, and now here come the purple hearts. I love that. That is one of my favorite things when you just see like the chat sort of flood with the hearts. That is it's always a wonderful thing there. So somebody saying Emily D. Baker found Runkle thanks to you. I wish I had a friend like you. Thanks for all you do. Emily D. Baker is amazing, and I hope somebody was asking before and saying, do you always agree with Emily D. Baker? And it's like, not always, but usually. And when I don't agree with her, I listen very carefully because if I don't agree with Emily D. Baker, I think I might be the one who's wrong on this one. So I have tremendous respect for everything there. So I see somebody saying do you ever think that the ridiculous and arbitrary gun laws in Canada will be removed, such as 25 and 32 center fire being illegal? I would love to see that. It would be nice if the politicians would hire me to redo it. Have you studied how in New Zealand, how the Christchurch massacre was used by politicians to overhaul firearm laws and essentially turn the general public against lawful firearm owners? Yeah, unfortunately, that is sort of how they do it, is they, rely on this sort of thing. Runkle on Rogan, again, probably not going to happen. So never underestimate how much of a boomer Runkle is tech-wise. I'm sorry, folks. This is like my, less than 10th, super or live stream. Watched many hours of live trials. Judge Penny is the fairest judge I've had the pleasure of watching. She's a queen. Absolutely. She is. I've been super impressed. And just looking here. Do I own a funny hat? Yeah, kind of. Did I get my luggage back? I did. This is me on my new, on my proper AV equipment. So, and I got my notes back, which is really good. And my suit, because my, suits are not cheap. So, what are the different classifications of damages and their meaning in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial? So there's compensatory damage that which is actual money that you actually lost, right? Like if somebody goes and crushes my car into a cube, well then, what is the value of the car? What would it take to replace that car as it was in whatever quality? That's sort of compensatory damages. Punitive damages is you did a very wrong thing by crushing my car into a cube. We want to punish you for it, and so you pay extra money for that. Tim Hortons or McCafe. I don't drink coffee, so neither. Somebody saying, acknowledge Emily, please. I'm behind in the chat, so I'm acknowledging as I see it. Sorry if repeated. Oh, wait, we just covered that one. Somebody says you just turned great young, turn your face young. So I'm just trying to catch up here. Thank you for the super sticker there. I DM'd some art to you on Instagram. I will check that out. I think lawyers can benefit from technical writer courses. We live for clear, concise languages. Would have cut all document errors. Yeah, I don't disagree there. Jury asking about the fine detail of Amber's statements is encouraging for me because it implies they haven't easily dismissed them on factual grounds, hence maybe believe Depp's version of events. I think that is a good point because if the jury thought that Amber Heard was, actually the sort of the wrong victim, why would they be asking about, this question? I watched, covered that. I've heard someone call you Ian or Ian. I'm not sure how the spelling is IAN. So IAN Runkle. Do you know what's going on with the CCFR lawsuit against the government? It is in progress. It's just super slow because, of course, lawsuits take forever. Would I consider covering cases involving the Canadian Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, especially those involving mandates against unvaccinated travel? I have looked at some of those cases, so it's just a matter of timing. Can we get shirts that say Sleepy Runkle? Yeah, it's a thing. Maybe. Yeah. Do I collect Funko Pops? I do not. I don't have enough space here. I have attention deficit. I tend to stuff sort of gathers on my shelves. And if I start collecting stuff from my shelves, I will never be able to even sit down there. Resolve your lack of time for video games by doing gaming streams. That makes sense. And hi, Emily. So I can see lots more purple in the chat here. Great job, Runkle. Love watching you and Runkle. You both have been an inspiration to my son who's struggling with attention deficit. Thank you for what you do. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I think we could actually, it's a good thing to have role models with attention deficit because at times it feels like it is that it's impossible to sort of function. And yeah, somebody's saying, what color heart should we honor Runkle with? I will leave that to you guys, chat. Do you think Amber Heard's lawyers crossed any ethical bounds? I don't think that there was anything sanctionable or, I don't think there was anything disciplinable. But I think that there were some places where they tiptoed over where I would have gone. So they clearly misstated testimony several times and seemed to just echo her lies. I mean, sometimes you end up misstating testimony just by accident. It happens. But yeah, there were some moments I didn't like. I didn't like when they were trying to crack the privilege. I didn't like some of the mocking things. You don't drink coffee, Runkle? How? I was telling this story. It's related to emergency asthma medication and sort of rough moments in childhood because sort of traumatic experiences of using coffee as an emergency asthma remedy, and I just can't do it. Everyone's saying how hard it is for Depp to get on the first two counts. It's clear as day. Don't get it. Are we getting another OJ verdict? The problem is just it's difficult on the legal aspects. Trudeau is just making it easier for a couple of drunk Americans to take over all of Canada. Yeah, that's entirely a thing. People are saying Ian's great other than not drinking coffee. Hey guys, I'm leaving all the coffee for you. I actually just somebody sent me a present that has some coffee in it, and neither my wife nor I drinks coffee, and she doesn't quite have the same excuses. Oh, and people are saying it's got to be white hearts for Runkle. I'm okay with that. So I might end up sort of giving that away. Yeah, I find caffeine helpful, but it doesn't make me hyper. I can actually sleep after chugging a Red Bull. It's caffeine does something, it sort of settles my brain there. I sent you a DM on Twitter. Oh, I'm not going to look at anything regarding stuff sorry, this is from a Law Patrol. So sorry, I was worried for a second that I might have put up something about somebody going, I have a legal problem. And I'm just like, ugh. But with Canadian aspects, I'll dig through my Twitter DMs and try to get back to you there. So much appreciated, Law Patrol. That's a good thing there. Making gaming streams when I'm on Twitch. I don't Twitch stream off enough. Every time I do, they're like, hey, you've got enough viewers for monetization and whatever else. And then I just can't do it often enough. We Chic, thank you for the $10 to the wife's jewelry fund. I appreciate that. Somebody saying captions, please. I can't go through and caption this manually. I do try to tell YouTube to caption my videos. So hopefully they will. Runkle, what is your emoji? An elf? Other people have sort of settled on the elf or the bow, but the white hearts is also, I kind of like that. Yeah. Some people are saying it's because I'm pure. I don't know about that. Some people saying for the hair, that I can't argue with. So, all right. So thank you there. And I'm just trying to see. So I see Secret McSquirrel is back in the chat. Secret, could you toss out a chat message here? I'm just trying to trying to catch you here just for all of that. Law Patrol noting lucky that I can sleep on a Red Bull. It just caffeine and stimulants affect your head a little bit differently. And so Shanta, thank you for the super chat, the $5 with the Runkle and Emily. There we go. There is Secret McSquirrel, and there we go. So I'm trying to just keep the chaos down here. Somebody saying I vote pure because your goal is for pro bono future. That is, I mean, I want to take all the files that other lawyers are turning away from because there's no money in it. And I mean, I'm not faulting those people. You got to, law is a business. You got to keep the lights on and so forth. And but I want to get to a position where I can help those people. That's that. Super appreciate you. I was in a traumatizing situation of being stalked by a coworker and wish I could have found a lawyer as lovely as you or Emily to help me out. Keep being you. So thank you very much. One of the things I've really enjoyed doing, some of pro bono, which I've done in the past, is helping people navigate that process. Dallas Fort Worth loves Runkle. Please continue to collaborate with Emily D. Breaker and Law and Lumber. That I would love to do both of those things. So, yeah. So Aussie here, I've said this for years with regards to caffeine. If I want to sleep, I'll have a tea or coffee to relax and get sleepy. I think that is kind of, an attention deficit thing, where that is sort of how the brain works. That doesn't mean that you've got attention deficit if you have that effect, but I think that is certainly sort of something there. All right, trying to catch up on some of the earlier ones for today. Did the judge accept the second part of this? No. Neither part of this motion was accepted. Didn't this need to be objected to during closing and argument over instructions? Ben Chu and them argued not, but the judge said, sorry, it's too late. They're already in deliberation. We're not going to deal with it. So that is correct. Thank you for the super sticker there. Do I think there will be a verdict tomorrow? I can't say for certain, but I hope. It would be nice. Do lawyers' bosses see motions like this and then tell lawyers, Rottenborn in this case, to knock it off? Do you get in trouble before for bad speeches / motions? I mean, the thing is, law is not about being perfect. Law is difficult, and you're going to make mistakes. And sometimes lawyers who I've had tremendous respect for have made mistakes that are very egregious mistakes. And so, it's, I don't think that this is anything where I'd be, saying anything other than, well, that motion was kind of right, So, my wife has now spent more time watching your videos than me. Also, have you given up making a French video? I will have to struggle real hard if I'm going to make it through a French video. My French is not the greatest. Hi, Runkle. Really enjoy your commentary. Never could get into Agatha Christie, but I've loved reading Chandler more than once in most cases. That's a reference to when I was speaking on Legal Bites' channel there. They were saying, we can all agree that Agatha Christie's great, right? And I was like, nope. I don't much care for Agatha Christie. So, yeah. If it's hung, will there be another trial? If so, that'll be up to Johnny Depp, most likely, although theoretically Amber Heard could file on her claims. Yeah, we'll see. So there's a lot of long audio. There's just now able to hear in their entirety. Yep, there's a lot of stuff they're going to have to go through. Trolls need to go find a bridge. Yep. Just wanted to say I'm on your side, dude. You guys were completely in the right. I'm not sure what that's about. Happy to mod if you need me, and totally fine if not. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Can I come on and give my opinion? Maybe. I'm not sort of sure what your take is on things, and sort of, yeah. Can you set up a poll for the white heart or elf emoji? I don't know how. I will boomer that up. So maybe I'll put it on Twitter. Also, thank you for being so humble and yet open with your work. So thank you guys. Hi, recent attention deficit diagnosis, struggling with undergrad exams, chemistry. Any tips on task initiation? Thank you for the work on this case. Take naps. One of the things I find is that if I'm not doing two things, I'm not doing anything. So what I often will have is that I'm often in a position where I'm like playing a video game and doing my my research, because if I'm not doing that second thing, that I'm not doing that I'm not accomplishing anything. And sometimes it means sort of going back and forth. So chapter 8, I do corporate, not litigation, but once had a senior partner copy every potential bidder on an email that was supposed to go to each individually slash be a secret bid process. Oh, ouch. Mistakes definitely happens, even ones by the bosses. And that boss would have chewed you out for an hour if you'd screwed that up. So yeah. Did I enjoy the movie Strange Brew? I haven't actually seen it. I'll have to look into that. So I don't know anything about that. Hopefully that's not a So do you think it was necessary for the objection during Elaine's closing? It would have been much better timed there. Do you think it had a bad look on Johnny Depp and his team? I mean, you just miss stuff sometimes. It happens. Did you see the 4 huge errors in the wording of the jury forms that Legal Bites panel spotted? I wasn't on the panel at that moment. They were so serious, standalone would be grounds for appeal. I'll have to go back and check that. They're finding over 60% of those diagnosed with attention deficit have a sleep disorder. There's lots of sleep disorders besides apnea. Yeah, I actually have delayed sleep phase syndrome as well, which basically means that where most people want to go to sleep at 8 to 10 p.m. and wake up, sometime in the morning, my body left to its own devices wants to go to sleep around 2 to 3 a.m. or even later and wake up, in the afternoon, which is not good when you live in a world where everybody else wants to operate in the sort of conventional time frame. Runk and M, forever my heroes. Well, thank you. Do we know what the motion was that the judge didn't consider this morning? That's what we were covering earlier today. Ben Chu asked to strike some arguments from the closing argument and to provide a curative jury instruction, basically saying that argument you heard was a bad argument and you should not consider it in your deliberation. The second thing is that he wanted to clarify some of the jury instructions. The judge did not address either of them. They were unwilling to look at it. Clowns left and jokers right. Wither 2 is at least a $10 word if it exists anymore at all. Yeah, I'm not sure how many points that's worth on Scrabble, but quite a few. Oops, sorry, I missed one here. Can we talk about Molly being ecstasy in the ugly Pop the Hinges text? Yes. It probably was. That's probably not referring to a person. And yeah. Runkle of the Bailey, question. Any thoughts on the 3-day disciplinary hearing at the Law Society? Better him than me. That's I don't want to have to ever appear in front of the Law Society. So thank you for collaborating with Emily and attending the trial. Yes, it was kind of an impulse thing because it was I was going to be in the area anyway, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit. Did we cover the gun freeze? I covered that yesterday, and I'm going to be putting out a video on that to come out soon. So yeah. Kurt Brinker, you missed mine. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to deal with the chat here. It's a little chaotic. Wanted to thank you for going all the way to Virginia and for all your hard work. I have learned a lot from you. You've been a very refreshing face for all of us. Well, thank you. My ADHD kid drinks caffeine at bedtime to help him sleep. Seems to work that way for a lot of attention deficit people I know. Absolutely, because one of the problems when I lay down to go to sleep is that your brain doesn't. Your brain is like, hey, I've got 600 opinions and different ideas and things we could be doing right now, and that is not conducive to a healthy, pleasant sleep. So caffeine can help sort that out and maybe get your brain going on towards potentially settling. So Tammy Lemke, hi Ian. I wanted to let you know how excited and happy for you I was when Camille mentioned not a hair out of place and Amber in her clothes. It's exactly what you said in your comparison video. I would love to claim credit for this. I cannot. Camille has been doing a ton of research, and I've actually got comments on that now on that video going, well, of course, because look at the metadata. And it's like, we didn't have the metadata when I made the video. So yeah. Somebody's saying, how could Amber appeal if it was hung and wasn't really her case brought up originally? I think she could pursue an independent action. She'd be the plaintiff in that case. So, yeah. Yeah, lots of people having the same comment on the sleep time. Have I been to the Old Bailey? I have not, but I would love to, and that would be pretty interesting. So, half trolling, you're well named. That's so Lori M. I've enjoyed listening to your legal views. Thank you very much. He was saying that I wouldn't be so tired if I just stuck to the case. Well, I covered the motion, and now I'm sort of going through. I said this was super chat catch-up. I'm not even started on the catching up yet. Listening to you with regards to the attention deficit, I've booked to discuss getting a diagnosis. That's a good thing. Just cemented in my mind as I have same sleep disorder, sleep time 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. Yeah, it's rough, isn't it? When you sleep at a different time than anyone else, that is the world just sort of isn't built for you. Thanks for the trial reporting and all the information. Thank you, Robin McQuarrie, for the very generous super chat there. Repeating this because it's important to me. Knoll Generation and Herman Miller Aeron chairs are really, really good for people with back issues from being in a chair all day. Pricey but solid. I will have to look into them. Thank you very much for the recommendation there. I really do appreciate it. So just I could do a video on labor law, but it would bore people to death with this was an interesting case of mine, but it's under D&D, so I can't discuss it. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem you run into a lot, is people ask you, like, what's your favorite case? And it's like, well, I can't tell you most of the stuff in there. So, yeah, that people get into that. So Chris saying that they like leather work too. Yes, I quite like it's calming. You just get to spend a while pounding on a hide. And so if jury decides this is not Amber Heard's story, maybe they won't feel the weight Mr. Chu is worried about in his motion. That is entirely possible. Can the jury say all the cash goes to charity instead? No, it'll be up to Johnny Depp to decide. Joy Daily Gaming would love to help if you need a mod. I'm going to have to figure out a mod group. Susan Hutchins, thank you for the super sticker. Filing is to find grounds for appeal if Johnny Depp loses. Entirely possible. They can say if he loses, they can allege that this is an error, and we'll see if that gets legs, but that is an argument. Do you think there'll be a request for new jury instructions because of the judge's error? There was a request. That was part of what this motion is, to clarify the jury instructions, and that was denied. Horatio Algebra, can you discuss the jury potentially disregarding all of Amber Heard's testimony if they believe she lied about even one thing? So, yeah, that's worth talking about. I mean, you got to remember that there's different kinds of lies, right? And, some lies are more damaging than others. So let's say we find that somebody lied about, that somebody lied about something trivial or inconsequential, and maybe something embarrassing, like, hey, what underwear were you wearing in this particular thing, which might not be relevant to the trial at all. And, oh, well, turns out you were wearing something completely different. Well, nobody cares, right? That's kind of a minor thing. But when you're actually, when you're dealing with things that are direct to the core of things, and where it seems like you're lying for advantage, like say if the jury agrees that those photographs were forged, that's a bigger deal. And once you find that somebody's a liar, a jury can easily say, listen, we can't believe anything they say. We can't trust them at all. And so at that point, what of their evidence are you going to accept if you think that they're, if they're doing that? So Lydia Cohen, thank you for the $1.99 there. Rose Bouquet, you were the best, by far the best one that went to the trial taking notes on the jury. Thank you. Couldn't figure out if the jury was looking at Amber Heard or not. Meant a lot. Well, thank you. I don't know that I was the best. We've all got our different takes, and we've all got, we all are going to notice different things, and we can't all watch the same, juror at the same time. But yeah, it's so. But I very much appreciate appreciate that there. I just covered that. Have you seen the Netflix series Mindhunter? I think I addressed that at the time. Yes, I like a lot of it. There's parts I don't. And the better said now before you get into gun talk. Yes, it's not for everybody, but I mean, I do firearms law. Have I seen the videos of Amber Heard pretending to take notes, and what does this suggest? Her lawyer behind couldn't stop noticing. I have attention deficit. Sometimes I doodle in court. She might have just been wanting to seem like she was important. It's not as big of a deal as the thing, but as people are making out. But it makes for some good TikToks. So yeah. Somebody's saying, I noticed you've been growing your hair out. Any particular reason why? I started because they shut down the local haircutting places. And then I kept it going because it was annoying a certain group of people who were being real jerky about it. So I'm like, I'm not cutting it. Just, if you're going to send me hate mail about it. And, so that was stubbornness. And now I kind of like it. I think it's going to stay for a while. So yeah. Jury instruction huge. For verbal clarification today contradicted both written instructions and statute. Written contradicts statute at another point. Yep, we and Ben Chu was asking for some instructions on that. I see people noting less than 3,000 away from 200,000. Wow. Thank you. That's yeah. Retired UK law enforcement. If you need mods, I'm happy to help. Let me see if I can find you in the back scroll here. Sorry, I'm just trying to scroll up here. The chat is a bit of an unruly beast today, so I'm just looking here, trying to find where that is. Smurf Monster, toss me another. What is it? Toss me another sort of and I will see if I can have a look at it there. Or if I can toss you a mod thing there. Somebody asking, would I say that my hair has grown on me? Yes, I would. So, I mean, that is quite accurate. All right, let's just looking along here. Sending love from Toronto to you as a math major. Love your poetry. Can the jury restrict future book content? I don't know for certain. I doubt it because I suspect that they can't, simply because the U.S. has a very strong tradition of freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and but I can't say for certain. I'm not a U.S. constitutional lawyer. I'm not an expert on that. There are competing interests on that, and so yeah. And I've tracked down Smurf Monster. I have added the mod there. Just Jesse, can you please answer my question? I missed your question. I'm sorry. Ben Chu's stuffed alpaca. I love the little picture there. Do I have kids? No, just the puppies. So yeah, that's all I've got there. Somebody saying, "Love your name." Yes, that is absolutely absolutely a great username. All right, so I see here, great work as always. Hopefully new law delayed by summer recess. Hopefully. Does Virginia have a cap on punitive damages separate from award? Yes, punitive damages on this are capped at $350,000. What Wizard Biden said today made even less sense than the new Canadian gun laws. High caliber 9mm capable of blowing the... yeah, that is... that always annoys me because, I think people should be entirely able to disagree with me on firearm stuff. That is 100% you're right. And I think that the way to get to a better society is dialogue, right? That we have these discussions. It does get frustrating when trying to have these discussions and people's background understanding of things is so weak that you just can't, that you're just like, I need to teach you everything about the topic beforehand. So now I'm going to look at some super chats from before. Oh, so her pen didn't touch the paper. No doodling involved. Yeah, she was faking. What is it? Lisa Kitty, hello. Can you tell us what ethical blunders did Elaine make in her closing? Thanks for sleeping on the cement to bring us this info. Whoop. Sorry, I'm getting a ringing phone here. Yeah, and that's on a phone that should not be ringing, so I don't know why that's going off. So just looking here, do I think that they recall Depp partially debating Amber into demanding the last word and eating up more defense time? If so, that is some beautiful, you know, 4D chess. But yeah, uh, yeah. What, if any, impact will the digital discovery thing have if Johnny Depp loses all counts? I don't know. That we'll have to see. Somebody says, "Can I stop hunting?" No. What kind of pups? How many? How's your pup doing with his leg? He needs to go in for X-rays. They're both rescue mutts, and there's two of them. So, yep. Am I going to the courthouse tomorrow? No. There's nothing really to be gained from being in the courthouse there, and yeah. Somebody's saying, check my Twitter mail. I'm not going to be able to do that until I'm off stream. So, yeah. So glad I found your channel. Much love from Texas. Well, thank you. Somebody asked, what about when the entire legal team for Heard yucking it up right along with her during Camille's closing and rebuttal? That is sort of its own thing. What do I think of the jury composition? 5 men and 2 women, according to Washington Post. Does it help Depp? I'm neutral on that, honestly. I think that it's... I try not to read too much into demographics unless there's some really strong reason to. And I think that this is a case based largely on credibility. So what, if any, pain meds did Potter get? He is not on any pain meds yet. Runkle, parlez-vous français? Un peu. Mon français n'est pas tellement bien, mais je parle un peu de français. Je n'ai pas parlé français tellement en longtemps. Yeah, sorry, that was pretty mangled, but so yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So I'm just looking through here, going through some of the old super chats. I see a thank you for Mrs. Runkle. Thank you, ma'am, for allowing your husband to come back and give us the gift of knowledge. She has been very patient on that. Runkle of the Bailey, firearms is a complex issue. It's urban versus rural. Urban has gangs and morons. Rural has common sense and a few morons. Yeah, meth is also becoming a bit of a problem in some rural communities, at least here in Canada. So yeah, Biden get a shotgun. I'd rather get shot by 9mm. His get a shotgun thing was actually very, very irresponsible. What he suggested was to fire a shotgun out your window, and don't do that. Don't fire or never fire a shot where you don't know where it's going to land, because you are ethically, at least, and quite likely legally responsible for whatever fire you shot to wherever it lands. So, yeah. Who pays court costs for this? Not sure. Ultimately, they're paying their lawyer's side. I don't know if they're going to be able to get lawyers' fees. I'm going to have to ask Rob about that. That was some good French, Runkle. You're very kind to say it, but I haven't spoken in a long time. C'est pas grave. So greetings from Montreal. So yeah, and the c'est pas grave is not so bad. So yeah, I appreciate that. Hey there, found you through Emily D. Baker show. Love your screen name. Bailey is my maiden name. Oh, awesome. My daughter is a digital artist / illustrator. Check out Art by Moira or DM. Love your coverage. I will have to try to remember to check that out. Yeah. So women will have some insight into makeup versus no makeup and are much more critical of women, especially if they're lying and harming another. There is some merit to that. And I wouldn't want to see a jury that was like entirely men or that sort of thing. So I see, just looking through the previous super chats, these are from the 28th, saying, and I'm just sort of looking mostly for questions because I sort of promised that I would read all of them. But I noted that I'd sort of stick on for the questions to cover back later. Somebody saying, please talk about the clapping for the court reporter. I want to know what that looked like in person. I mean, we had people sort of getting up and clapping for everybody. It was a, sort of an unusual moment, but this is an unusual trial. And yeah, that is a thing, that was a very odd moment. Rob and Runkle should have a show together. Love their friendship. We will be working together, doing more stuff. Yeah, Rob is, sometimes you meet somebody and you're just like, it feels like an old friendship, even though it's a new one. And meeting Rob is like that. So, yeah. Howdy, Runkle. What's that rifle in the background there? I used to know, and then I forgot. Now I can't actually. So, yeah. I'm partial to Great War bolt actions myself. You have favorite rifles? I do. I've actually really been liking. I've got a Browning X Bolt, which is my go-to hunting rifle. It's been a fantastic rifle there. So I use that for hunting. I use that for target shooting. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Yeah. So somebody says, surely you can't forgive arguing with a judge in front of the jury. She didn't just do it once. It was almost every objection. That was referring to Elaine. Yeah, that wasn't super cool. You should, when you're objecting, you should object, and then you should go up and argue it with the judge where nobody can hear. Elaine was doing what they call speaking objections, where you're essentially telling the jury, what your issue is, which you shouldn't be doing. When Camille walked away while Amber Heard was still talking, how does a lawyer decide on a boss move like that in the moment? Because Camille Vasquez is a boss. She just kind of oozes badass. And I mean, I don't know that I could have done that. That was pretty cool on that. So I've just been really, really impressed by all this. So just looking through some of the other ones there, I see I had a moment where I felt bad for Amber. The audio where she says it feels like Johnny's killing her. I've been there with my fear. My thought on that is that it was more manipulation and that sort of thing. So yeah, that's its own sort of aspect there. Runkle, best quips and analogies and thoughtful opinions on LT. So I guess LawTube. Jury cultural relativism, e.g. Juror number 5 or Juror E, along with law being on Amber Heard's side, maybe verdict linchpin. Quite possibly, yep. Are Canadian laws fairly similar to U.S. laws or completely different? Is it easy or hard to follow? It is complicated. Some of them are super similar, and some of them are very different. So, yeah. Somebody is saying, I thought you couldn't present fake evidence in a court case. What if the jury makes the same mistake? I mean, it'll be complicated, certainly, and we'll have. But I hope the jury will see through that evidence. Do I live in Edmonton? I do. I've been a follower of Emily Baker for years. Emily Baker does fantastic work, and I am super, super thrilled on all of that. So bought a 1915 C96 broom handle recently. Must suck to be a Canadian gun enthusiast. Absolutely. Our CFO here collects vintage Nambus. She's going to be, harmed by that. Did anyone else get unsubscribed? That happens sometimes. Sometimes channels just unsubscribe people, and I don't know why. So hopefully a thing to check. Just looking here. Somebody says, Runkle, was your hair black before this trial started? That was from Daniel Chapman. No, it was white for a long time. So I'm just looking here. The Law Patrol had sent a chat from a little bit ago, the 28th. Exactly, even the most reprehensible dregs of society, no matter how unlikable, are entitled to professional representation. It's a backbone of legal systems across the world. Absolutely agree. So, yeah. Just looking over here for more questions. Thank you for the super chat there. Question: are lawyers supposed to take cases if they know their clients are lying? No is a very high standard, and you can still take a case. You just can't suborn perjury. So this can be a situation where, for instance, if I know that my client's plan is to get up on the stand and lie, I don't put them up on the stand. And in fact, if they insist that they're going to get up on the stand and lie, I get off the record for ethical reasons. So, yeah. Just looking here a little further, just trying to find some of the questions, because when people ask questions in the super chat, I want to make sure that they cover it, or that I cover it. And I see one here. Do I think the jury will pick up on the 1 million paid plus 6 million for defense, equaling the 7 million Johnny paid out? I don't know. I didn't necessarily pick up on that. And yeah. Runkle, what exactly does the determination read? Only fine for I don't know. I can't really understand this comment. I'm sorry. So yeah. My mother had a huge fear of abandonment and was absolutely have sounded like that and been sincere talking about those tapes. Yes, absolutely. Can a lawyer quit during the trial? Sometimes, and sometimes you won't be allowed to. So that can be tough. There are ethical considerations that come up if you're looking to quit during a trial or near a trial. So you did amazing at trial. Thank you. Found you through Emily. Just for your information, as a nurse, Amber Heard and possibly JD were taking Seroquel for sleep. It's an antipsychotic and mixed with alcohol is quite dangerous. Also, Amber Heard cocaine history. Yeah, that's a lot of drugs mixed with alcohol become really dangerous. And yeah, and I see Runkle, I love you, but go join Joe right now. Seems like there's a bunch of us streaming, so I'll have to check. For you, Hoser, Strange Brew Line, no offense to you. Well, thank you. Hoser is kind of its thing there. YouTube removes subscriptions when we subscribe by the hundreds for unnatural growth. Yes, they go through and look at. They start thinking that people might be bots. Was Elaine really that bad, or did a lot of her incompetence have to do with her client? A lot of it has to do with her client. I suspect that she's a lot better outside of trials and in litigation without trials. And I suspect that she would look a lot better if she didn't have a client who I think was, not intentionally sabotaging her, but unintentionally sabotaging her. Is your hair white like The Witcher on purpose? No, it is 100% natural. It's just I went gray super early. Somebody asked, was the jury picking up on how much Amber's demeanor shifted throughout close based on when she thought she was being watched? It was so pronounced. Amber Heard actually sits a long way from the jury in that room, so I don't know for certain. Do I go over MMIW cases like Amber Tucaro or Dear Zachary verdict? I'm not sure. I'll have to look into those. What did you feel when the turd gave you those creepy stares? It was off-putting. It was kind of intimidating, to be honest. She was, she really did not like us, and I think she would have been entirely happy to see the ceiling cave in and crush us where we stood there. So yeah, when she was staring at me, Rob, and DY guy, like it was unnerving. She's got a very high octane stare there. Trudeau really banning 1022 rotary mags, apparently. So that we'll have to see what I have to go through the legislation in detail to talk about all of that. Somebody asked which juror worries you the most. Juror 5//E. Yeah, she wanted to beat the shit out of you guys. Absolutely. I think if somebody had given her a bat and permission, she would have probably would have been inclined. So love to see you in a discussion with Coley and Noir. Thank you to Emily and to you and Emily for your coverage in time. I would love to do something with him, but I mean, he's got millions of subscribers. I don't think that's likely, but yeah, your explanations on legal nuance has been a help in understanding the case. So, yep, that. Thank you. So just imagine, Runkle, if Amber Heard unnerved you with her staring, what did she do to Johnny Depp and all the staff and the residents? I can't imagine living with her. I just really can't. So that would be pretty brutal. So I'm just looking. What about Juror E makes you believe she's pro-Heard? Little sort of small micro expressions and, just the way she was sort of tilting there. What about the sleeping juror? How do you think he's going to vote for Johnny Depp? He was very clear on that. So with all that Heard defense presented, as long as they proved a single time Johnny Depp will lose, potentially on the abuse issues. Yep. My read on things is that he's probably going to lose on the first and second incidents, and what is it? And I think he's going to win on the third, that being the sexual violence aspect. Belterra said, "Did you see what Vanessa overheard Whitney say?" No. Sorry, I'm not sure what to make of that. How can Turd commit evidence perjury for 6 weeks and the court ignores? The process for proceeding with that would be through another proceeding. Hope the judge and jury addresses this. Love from New Zealand. So, yep. A few people noting that everyone at the end clapped after the judge's remarks about such great guests of the court, except Amber. I didn't actually see that, so I'll have to check that out. Somebody said I had super, super dark brown, nearly black hair naturally. It was actually just kind of normal brown. I'll have to see if somewhere I can find a picture of me when I was younger. So, yeah. All right, I'm just looking here. Somebody's saying, did anyone catch the text they used for redirect on Johnny Depp on his rebuttal stand that it was incoming, not outgoing? So it might not have been from Johnny Depp. And what do you think of that text? That text is a little weird because the language seems to parallel some of the stuff Amber Heard had been saying and not Johnny Depp, but I can't make too much out of it. And yeah, it's I don't know what to say on all of that. Somebody says, I wish Juror 8 was picked over Juror 5. Absolutely. Losing Jurors 2 and 8 were both on my list of ones I didn't want to see lose or see go. So, but it wasn't the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario for me in terms of jurors who are alternates would have been 8 and 9. That would have been, that. Are the jurors able to talk to friends and family about the case? Does the 1-year rule apply only to interviews? Jurors on their own can talk about whatever they want. They're free. I mean, once they're done the case, once the case is over. Right now they can't. Right now they're limited. They can't talk about the case with anybody. But the 1-year rule is going to keep their information from being released to the public. So, been watching you for over a year. Your trial coverage has been a bonus. A gun enthusiast from Wisconsin. Well, thank you very much. So M Grand, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you as well for that. Thank you for the coverage. All dressed potato chips, amazing or godlike. Discuss. Yeah, Canada has some really good chip action. We've got all dressed. We've got ketchup chips. Both of those are amazing and don't appear to exist in the States. So, Ian, you look tired. You can end the stream anytime and rest. I want to try to get through some of those back super chats. So I appreciate it. But, and I'll wrap it up when I sort of feel that I am not functional anymore. I've said it before and I'm saying it again. People pay good money to get the color of Runkle's hair, myself included for a bit. Well, thank you. It's, yeah, it just kind of happened on its own there. What do you think about the question the jury asked today? And do you think it's good or bad for either side? I think it's good in the sense that I don't think they would ask it if they didn't think that, or if they thought Amber Heard's claims were correct. Then if they thought that Amber Heard was the victim, they wouldn't be asking that question. But in terms of whether or not they're actually going to award money, it's very hard to read. Found you through Emily and love you both. Thank you for what you do. Thank you as well. So, yep. And just looking here, you need to go look at Asmongold channel. He dropped a video of a court case finding between YouTube and a content creator, Quantum TV. That's crazy. Well, that would be interesting. Any difference lying in complaints versus testimony? Complaint is probably not under oath. And so testimony, it's way more serious. You don't want to lie under oath. It is a very big deal. Somebody saying, have I tried the spicy ketchup? I have, and it was really good. Will we ever see Mrs. Runkle? She is not super inclined to appear on camera. I don't think that's going to change. She just, yeah. So, Twitter blocked imposter Runkle's account. Yeah. So, I'm seeing some complaints about a mod. I'll have to sort all this out later. Are lawyers allowed to lie in court? No. And why? Because we have very strict ethical standards. Lying in court is an incredibly bad idea. You will end up getting in trouble. How does your wife feel about this whole trial? She hasn't been watching it, and she was kind of like, really? You're going back again? So, yeah. So we all love you, Runkle. What was Ben Chu's motion? Sorry if you already talked about it. I did. He was asking for a clarification on the jury instructions, and he was also asking for a jury caution, like a note or a corrective instruction to the jury saying that Rottenborn's closing was improper because he was asking them to find against Depp on social grounds. Can jury be dismissed if this all proves that Johnny Depp is innocent of the title? If 6 of the jurors vote for Johnny, but the other juror votes for Amber, that'll be a that'd be just a hung jury. Love you and Emily. Agree and disagree. Pure class on both. Aside from my boss, who's from Dundas, my favorite Canadian for sure. A boat. Thank you. What does Runkle of the Bailey mean? It's a reference to Rumpole of the Bailey. Check that out because it is one of my favorite things forever. Psych nurse Seroquel is not a barbiturate and can cause vomiting. Where did they find Dr. Spiegel? I don't know. Dr. Spiegel was not super impressive to me. I kind of was stunned about a lot of his testimony. What do you think about the Marilyn Manson trial? I haven't dug into it yet to really have a thought there. Do you think Johnny Depp performing in a concert over the weekend make him look unfavorable to the jurors during this deliberation? I.e., he's out there having fun. They should not be looking into it. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'm not too worried. It looks like the chat is doing pretty good, so I'm not going to worry about that. Or am I going back to Virginia? No, or at least not for this trial so far. So yeah. And Johnny Depp going back to a concert. Honestly, I just hope he's living his best life. I hope he's enjoying things and able to get back to that. Somebody's saying I searched RV GTD. Is that correct? GTD is going to have periods between it. I'll try to post a link at some point. So yeah. Somebody says don't call his wife by name. Call her Galadriel. Because of the Runkle of the Bailey thing, I sometimes call her. I've been sometimes referring to her as she who must be obeyed, which is a reference to that series. As a lawyer, is it a strategy to say something controversial, knowing it will get objected just so the jury can hear it? You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be saying things for that purpose. You can potentially provoke a mistrial doing that, and that would be a very bad idea. So just looking here. Just trying to find some of the questions that we're asking. Considering it's a holiday weekend, how likely is it one of the jurors has to be replaced? I suspect not, but I mean, maybe one of them decides to, go biking or something and gets hit by a car. Hopefully not. Amber didn't clap, but neither did Camille. Fair enough. Can the jury notice Amber's face reaction and smirking while someone is on the stand? They might, but she's actually quite far away, so they're not going to have you have a much better view of Amber's face than, when you're watching on the court feeds than the jury will. Someone says, I have all the SEC links. I'll tweet them to you if you want to add them to the description. I will have to, I'm going to have to do that later because I'm just trying to juggle like 6 things at once, and I probably can't add them to the description right now. Actually, well, maybe I can. If it shows up on Twitter here right away. I'm just looking to see if I can find it. Yeah, we'll just have to see there. All right, I'm not finding it right away, so I'm going to just move on because, yeah. Somebody says house on fire and Rottenborn goes for appliances instead of people who live there. I don't know what that sort of refers to. What do you think Amber is doing right now? If she's sensible, she's going to be away from the courtroom. And I have heard rumors she might come back for the verdict. I would not do that if I was her. I'd be sitting at home with a $500 bottle of wine if she can afford it anymore. So somebody says, when you all have multiple people on your channel, do you all split the super chats or does it go to whoever's hosting? It goes to whoever's hosting. During Rittenhouse, we discussed splitting it, but it's not a good idea. It's just going to cause too much hassle. And it works out at the end, right? It's like when you've got a good friend and you go for dinners. My closest, oldest friends, we go for dinner, but we don't actually, we don't keep track of who paid last. It's just like, it feels like it's my turn, and it works out over time. So, that is, that's kind of a thing there. So, we're not, and when I'm on somebody else's channel, I don't want any of their super chats. I'm not asking for it and so forth. If one of my guests wanted to, well, then we'd have to talk. I missed the beginning where you explained how you lost your notes. How did and where did you lose them? They were in my luggage, and the airline lost my luggage, but it has now been found, so that is a good thing. Please have Rob come up during hunting season and do a bestie hunting vlog. I don't know if Rob hunts, but yeah. Any plans on coming back to the U.S. for new trials? No plans at this moment, but we'll have to see about that. Rumors that Amber is at a retreat, and I don't know. I would be there. Somebody says, hate to break the news, but Purple Hearts were a common brand of black market amphetamine in the UK. They're also a medal that is given to, injured soldiers. There's lots of things. She's just got the purple hairstyle. So, yeah. All right. Just looking here. People saying you should get some sleep because when I was doing it last, it was that. Somebody said it seemed that Ben was speaking down to the jury, explaining to them on how they're allowed to make their decision. Was this a bad idea? No. The jury was, I can tell you that the jury, when Ben Chu was going through how they should go through the form, they were paying attention. Juries want to hear that, right? Because they've got this complicated form. And, so that's, I don't think that they felt that they were being condescended to. How can the jury answer yes to, are the statements true when they're claiming the statements were false in the first place? If the statements were true, then that'll, kill the, that'll end the defamation claim. What has been for you the best thing from this trial so far? Meeting friends and meeting a lot of you guys. I really have enjoyed, sort of a lot of the people I've met, people in the lineup. I got to meet Yvonne, who I think is Johnny Depp's biggest fan. She's a real, fun character. I quite liked her and so forth. She lives close to Palm Springs now, and your chat is too restrictive. I'm sorry if you're not liking the chat right now. I'm gonna have to get all this sorted out. I'm still kind of behind there. Am I available to be hired? It depends. Right now, I am really busy. So, how will Johnny and Amber receive the verdict if not on site, via phone call after, or on video call? Their lawyers will be there. They'll receive the verdict. And I'm pretty sure that both Johnny and Amber will get a ton of messages. So I see somebody saying sent the tweet. Here we go. I'm just trying to pull up the case here just so that I can add it to the description, because people wanted to see. Sorry, I'm just adding my Supreme Court decision to this. So based on requests, here's one Supreme Court link, and I think that they also link me to the video. Yes, so if you want to watch the video, I am putting that in the description as well. So if you want to see what I looked like at the Supreme Court, you can check that out. Oh, and what is it? It's not actually updating the description. So the broadcast is already live. It looks like I can't edit the schedule. Hopefully it's editing the description. I don't know. If not, then I will have screwed that up. So why didn't Ben Chu make the correction before the jury instructions were finalized? I suspect he just missed it. So thanks for all you do. And if anything, I feel Rottenborn was condescending. He implied the jury were stupid if they didn't favor Amber. You could certainly, that could be a notion there. Jury might not have liked her. Psychiatrist with expert witness experience here. Spiegel was a train wreck, wrong about meds and diagnosing from the hip. I was agog. Was that the best they could do? I don't know where he came from. They got him to admit that he violated ethics on the stand. That was startling. Thanks for being authentic, not seeking fame or clicks or cash. Your info has been insightful and truthful. Enjoyed when you were with Rob too. I mean, I'm not going to lie; it's all of that stuff is nice, but ultimately, I like nerding out about the law. It's really cool. I asked a luggage taker to send one of my bags to Miami and the other to Philly. He told me he could not do that. I quipped, "Well, you did it last week when I flew to Charlotte." Nice. Oh yeah, covered that one. So, and just looking at the catch-up stuff. What is it? Somebody saying I love Runkle analogies. Yeah. I never brought rats to the restaurant. I only brought the rats to a part of the restaurant. Yeah, the people commenting on I made a rat analogy. So lots of comments on that in the super chats from last time. What was my take when Rottenborn told the jury if they found for Johnny Depp they were complicit in silencing domestic violence victims? Well, that is not a comment that should have been made, and certainly Ben Chu agrees. So, yeah. Just put ACLU's amount into phoneспelling.com and it spells unclean. Okay, fair enough. Did I bring Rob some ketchup chips? I didn't. I should have. Yeah, I will try to do that. Back from Uncivil Law. Is Uncivil Law wrapped up? Sorry. I guess I've been running long. I was hoping on sending him some traffic here. Somebody asked, can you opine on how you would have defended Amber Heard? I would have gone with the Ruttenborn strategy, but I don't think Amber would have allowed it. Of just saying, listen, he's got a right to, or she's got a right to have an opinion. It's a defensible opinion, and really hammered on the law. That's really the way I'd have gone. Why do you say lying under oath is a big deal? No one's going to get punished because of that in this case, as far as you can see. It can lose you the case in a big way, but ultimately, I think we should punish more people for that. Somebody asking, am I celebrating the Jubilee, or is that a moot point? I'm not personally. So, whoops. Somebody's saying that there's a doctor from Berkeley with the same name with excellent credentials. People are speculating they hired the wrong Spiegel. That would be hilarious. I doubt that is the case, but that would be funny. If we think about it, think of how many good experts they had to go through who said no before they found Spiegel, who said yes for a fee. That is possible. And somebody was saying, and dill pickle chips. Americans in the chat, do you guys not have dill pickle chips? Because, yeah. Somebody says, where's Rob? He was over on Uncivil's channel, and yeah. Somebody says, where will your channel go from here? Are you going to keep a Canadian focus? I want to do Canadian stuff primarily because Canadian law is nobody's covering it, and so I want to not abandon that, certainly. And I know I'm kind of leaving money on the table doing so, but I like covering Canadian law. I am a Canadian. Do you think Amber Heard will be facing perjury charges? If I was law enforcement in her area, I would be ordering transcripts of this trial. As a survivor of domestic abuse 30 years ago, I still can't watch violent movies, etc. I get anxiety attacks, so I didn't believe Amber Heard. I'm really sorry you had that experience. And I hope I hope you get better there. I hope I hope there's improvement in your future there. So, and I see, yes, people are saying that the Americans do have dill pickle chips. So, yeah. Have I reviewed Spidey's take on behavior from both sides? From your analysis being in court, do you feel the jury is reading body language and antics of each team? I would say that the jury is probably not reading it to the degree Spidey is going over it, because Spidey is, Spidey. I haven't actually gone through his video, so I can't comment too much. I don't want to be, sort of throwing shade or congratulations on his stuff if I haven't watched it in detail. What made more sense, Elaine's closing or the Chewbacca defense? Also, it seems like Chew and Vasquez got emotional during their closing. Thoughts? They did seem to have gotten emotional during their closing, and Elaine's closing was a giant mess. Why is Justin still in charge? Because Jagmeet Singh is propping him up. What is my favorite movie? quite possibly Fight Club, but not for the reasons most people will think. There's a scene in it that I love, which is, you guys are running around blowing stuff up. What did you expect? And that scene just resonates for me in so many circumstances, because there's a lot of times when people are doing things and then they're just shocked that their actions have consequences. And I go, ooh. Canadian politicians should be held responsible for lying. I mean, if we did that, we'd have to build more prisons. We don't have the money for that. USA has dill pickle chips, salt and vinegar chips, jalapeno chips, also good. Pizza chips. I don't think I've seen many pizza chips out here, but yeah. Meatloaf fan. Are you talking about the food? Yeah. So if there's a larger verdict, say all 50 million against Heard, is there a bigger chance that you'll pay zero than if the verdict is more modest, say $7 million? The next thing that will, if Depp gets a $7 million verdict against Amber Heard, I'd be going after her assets. I'd be saying, hey, listen, you've got multiple houses. We're taking some of those. You've got, all of this property. Like, you can start seizing property. And yeah, it's, I think she should be absolutely pursuing, that they'd be absolutely pursuing her in order to do that. Personally, I'd be a very, I can be petty. I would probably hire a law firm just to, and one of their jobs would just be every so often to try to, seize whatever stuff they could. So, yeah. All right. So just looking at some additional stuff here in terms of trying to, so the jury reacted all to the objections during Elaine's close. Did you think Johnny Depp's handled that well? Thanks for being there, Runkle and Rob. Get some good sleep this weekend. I think the jury reacted more when Camille Vasquez got to go up and one after another basically say, she was wrong about this. She was wrong about that. She was wrong about the other thing. That's not something you want to let the other side do. And it was entirely Elaine's fault there. As a fellow Albertan, Rocky Mountain House here, do you have an opinion about the Glendale court case, the murder of the two Métis hunters shot in the head? I'd want to order the transcripts before I form a solid opinion on that. And yeah, there's a rumor they got the wrong Spiegel. The one they were supposed to call is Dr. David Spiegel of Stanford University. Wonder if that's true. I mean, they could probably pick a random Spiegel and they might have done better. Angeline Van Dale, thank you for the super sticker there. Whoops, someone got to that rumor first. New York Post mentioned her house in the desert is in a trust. I wonder if she did that specifically before this proceeding, because if so, that could be its own issue. I did mention this before. BC is to decriminalize small amounts of drugs, meth, MDMA, and other stuff. That'll be a decision not to prosecute on it. They can't change the overall criminal law. America is slowly picking up its pace on chip flavors. Prawn cocktail is my favorite UK chip flavor. Yep, I've had those. They're good. Runkle merch. I got to do some merch at some point. I also want to do my Fuck Around v Find Out shirts. So I've been trying to learn about Canadian law since I forgot all of it from school. Haha, I live abroad and try to find online courses, but always find US. Great work, Runkle. Love your take on this. So I cover Canadian law, so you can check that out. No jury of peers, all white, no Aboriginal. The two Métis were hunted down. Racism in courts, in your opinion? I think those two were convicted, so I think it's hard to suggest that this was a racist decision if we're talking about Métis victims. And yeah, so yeah. Oh, right. Meatloaf was in Fight Club. I see somebody mentioning. Yes, I actually thought that his acting in that was fantastic. This is going to be the gun law channel now. I talk about firearm law. I talk about Canadian law. I want to do a video on the recent intoxication case at the Supreme Court, as well as the recent Bissonnette decision, which is talking about consecutive sentences and consecutive periods of parole ineligibility. I've created a monster. Canadian chips rock. Yes, I am a big fan of a lot of the weird flavors we've got there. Somebody said, did anyone notice Elaine's deep breath when Camille asked the jury if they believe Miss Heard right after the long pause? Her face said it all. I mean, that was such a powerful. That was such a powerful moment, and the jury was just staring, rapt at attention, and that was a long pause, right? And when the jury was locked on to Camille in that moment, that was powerful. Did I hear the fart in court? No, I did not. But yeah, that was probably somebody nearer to a mic than I was. So just looking here, somebody was asking Rob if he'd argued in front of the judge. I believe he has. Can Depp sue Musk or Franco for adultery? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of adultery as a cause of action. I don't know if that's a thing. I was thinking Amber Heard's team got one of Dr. Spiegel's patients and didn't check his ID. That's funny. The ruling on intoxication law made me shake my head. I can't believe they made the decision. I can guarantee you that if you read that ruling in the newspaper, that they didn't cover it properly. That, they have been, it's been really badly misinterpreted. And so I want to sort of clear that out a little bit there. Just looking here. Somebody says Edward Norton is an excellent actor, as is Brad Pitt. Fight Club was a great movie. Edward Norton is one of my favorite actors of all time. He is fantastic. I have loved everything I've seen him in. I don't know why he's not doing more stuff. Samantha Dawn, you and Emily Baker have great chemistry together when talking about law and make it easy to understand. I'd love to watch you all talk law more often. Well, we're going to keep at it. So that's something we're looking to, I'm going to keep doing stuff. And yeah, you need a stylist for your hair. Love your hair, but you need some taming. Wild look doesn't mesh with professionalism. Just my opinion, you're no Nicholson. I am really bad at, sort of the hair aspects. I'm just, I usually can just kind of wake up out of bed and then brush it out of my eyes. Andrew McGregor, brace yourself. Mainstream media outlets claiming they knew Depp was innocent the entire time, despite vilifying him for nearly a decade, are coming. That is going to be a thing. You're going to see a lot of these news outlets. If we get a Depp verdict, they're going to pivot hard, or at least some of them are going to pivot hard on that. And quite frankly, I think people should, remember the people who do that. Like, remember that they're just not trustworthy actors on that. We have to get news sources that we can trust, and it's not great if we see them that they're that they're willing to sort of change their mind on the drop of a hat there. Somebody says, thanks to all for entertaining and educating us. Would love to know if you think the jury verdict will change or influence how you ultimately think or feel about this case. I mean, if the jury comes back with money for Amber Heard, I will be shocked. And I will have to, I'm going to have to reassess juries. But yeah. Somebody asked, still making a video defending Elaine? I want to, but she's making it hard. Somebody says, what are your thoughts on Australia's glassing law? An Australian lawyer said that it's a serious indictable offense that can be pursued indefinitely. I mean, here it would be potentially an indictable offense, and, with no time, no statute of limitations applying. A lot of places treat glassing very seriously because of the very horrific injuries it can impose. Why can't Depp sue Heard to recoup legal fees? I think he can, but I'm not certain about that. What do I think about TMZ confirming that Amber Heard leaked the video? Of course she did. So, yeah, of course she did. Your hair is just fine, Runkle. Well, thank you. That's appreciated. I see Rob in chat, so yeah. Sad face missed my super chat regarding the doggies. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to, but yeah, the pups are so far good, but we're gonna have to send the one off to the vet for an X-ray tomorrow. So that he's gonna have to get sedated for that, and yeah. Somebody says, do you think the baby in the microwave comment was caused by the Waldman statements? I don't know. I think that the Waldman statements are... I think that was just, somebody on Twitter trolled her. And, there's people who are jerks. on the internet. That should not be new to anybody. You can't treat it seriously like it's actually you just kind of have to roll with it. Somebody says, sorry, what is glassing? Striking somebody with a bottle or with a glass such that it often breaks against their face. It can cause very horrific injuries. It is. So, the sort of classic thing is somebody takes a pint glass and smashes it up against somebody's face. That is not, not something you should be doing to people. And in the UK and in Australia and a few other places, it's kind of become a weird, it became weirdly common. And so they ended up with some special laws about glassing. So that, just something to take note of. Just looking here, I see somebody saying a photo and blueprints of the wall the antique phone was on is making the rounds. What's the reason it couldn't be in evidence? Well, because it wasn't ever called. I don't know if there was an exclusion of that or something else. Just looking. Glassing was one of the reasons Glasgow was the stabbing capital of Europe for a while. Yeah, it's that. I'm just looking at super chats, from the previous days. Just trying to find the questions that people had. Elaine started her closing argument discussing the November 2nd date and how Johnny Depp was wasting the court's jury's time by breaking the case and how the jury was not able to salvage his reputation or legacy for his kids. I thought that was below the belts. Your thoughts? I thought that was extremely poorly phrased because, I mean, it's one thing to tell the jury that you have a, that they're bound and that they can't, argue stuff like that they can't make a certain decision because of the law. But the way she phrased it was really, I think, potentially off-putting to a lot of people. I heard hearsay used as an objection when Amber or Johnny were asked what they told some third party. Why can't you tell what you told someone? Because you're using it to bolster that statement, and because it's an out-of-court statement. It wasn't made in court. You're just repeating it. So it is hearsay, and yeah, that's not permitted. Canadian at heart, you are awesome. Question: could Johnny Depp settle out with an NDA to stop her games in exchange for money? That's not going to happen at this point. It could, but yeah. Somebody noting glass doesn't break like in the movies. You can mess someone up really bad with a glass bottle. Yeah. All of the movies you've seen, like my wife hates when I do this, but every time, you see an action movie and somebody dives through a plate glass window, I'm like, he's dead now. And she's like, can you just watch the movie? And I go, yeah, I can. I'm sorry. But, it's glass will hurt you really badly. And we actually see this in this trial. It's relevant to this trial because Amber Heard testifies that she's being walked across this broken glass and that she's okay, which sounds like a movie, right? But in real life, her feet, she'd probably been going to the hospital. Someone who took a bottle to the face, it sucks. Yes, it does. Yeah. Somebody says, we have doggy insurance here as an option. We have pet insurance too. So hopefully puppers are going to be well taken care of. And yeah. Heard about her homeowners paying for lawyers. That can happen. It might be what's happening in her case. I don't know. So somebody says, I've hit the super chats. I haven't hit the ones from previous days. I'm trying. Got to know you on Emily Baker's stream. Emily's awesome. Thank you for all your contributions. In the case of a hung jury, do you think they'll have a retrial? I think that there's less incentive for Johnny Depp to have a retrial if his reputation is restored. But yeah. Do you think Ben Chu wants a mistrial? I feel that the trial went as good as it could have went for Johnny Depp. I don't think he wants a retrial. I think he wants to win. So yeah. Somebody says bring on Rob. He's got the link. He's welcome, but I'm still trying to catch up from that. The baby in the microwave was used by Rebecca Vardy in a big UK case. It came to light 2 years ago. Amber Heard clearly stole it. There is some indication that it seems like she might be sort of magpieing from a bunch of different cases that have happened and just kind of assembling them for her own thing. The only money the jury will give Amber Heard will be when they drop a 5 spot into her tin can outside the courthouse or subbing to her. Oh, That's a little low, the OnlyFans comment, but I mean, I get that people are upset by her, but yeah. Could there be any further actions taken against Amber Heard or her attorneys for admitting false evidence? Potentially. Probably not the attorneys, but against Amber Heard, potentially. Doesn't the response provided by to the jury's question violate the instruction in FF, which stipulates that the statement should be evaluated in the context of their entire article? Yes. However, well, sort of. It doesn't violate it. It's just that the headline is the statement, but you have to evaluate the headline in the context of the article. So yeah, someone's saying I suck with the super chats. Go Emily Baker style, make people feel important. I'm not sure what what the difference is there, but sorry, sorry if you don't like the way it's going. And I don't know what Emily. I'll have to check how she handles all that. So hello, so glad to have you lead us through. Creator of Original Ice on White and Reptile Kingdom. Oh, I may have to check those out. Now on stress leave from healthcare team lead position, working on my farm rescue / sanctuary. Can't deal with mainstream media. Yep, absolutely. So, just looking here. People saying that they need some Runkle merch with "It's a Thing." I hadn't really realized how much of a verbal tick that is. I'm sorry. I kind of feel bad about that one. Would Team Depp really consider a $1 victory? Don't the lawyers especially want the money? The lawyers will already have been paid by Depp, and if he gets $1, that'll be the most valuable dollar on the planet for at least a while, because that'll get him a whole bunch of things. See, Melinda Ainsworth, if people could not say she should turn to sex work, it'd be great. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that comment. It is what it is. I appreciate the super chat, but I mean, my thoughts on sex work are complicated. I certainly respect sex workers, but yeah. So somebody says, "Can we please forgive Runkle for the super chats he missed while sleeping on concrete?" I'm trying to get them together here. Do body language experts really know what they're talking about? That's a complicated topic that is probably more than for a super chat. Somebody saying you don't suck. Well, thank you very much. So just looking here, somebody's noting you're doing great. Growing pains, absolutely. My channel has grown by a tremendous amount at a short time, and I'm trying to figure things out. So I'm just looking through for more questions. There are people who are sort of offering comments. I'm reading all the comments, but I just want to cover questions if they were. Hey, Runkle, did you guys discuss the jury reaction to the closing arguments? What are your juror assessments? The jurors were paying close attention, but I think Elaine really lost them in the closing, and that was an issue. How was Elaine able to mention the $6 million legal fees in closing? I have no idea. That was not something that should have happened. Bruce Rivers said that the judge had to find that Depp was defamed in order to ask the question from today. What are your thoughts? I don't think that they had to find that he was defamed, because they might be saying, we don't know. We think that that we can only get to defamatory if we include the full content. That said, I think that they can't really be pro Amber to have asked that question. So that's kind of my take. The only fans thing was clearly said in jest. Come on, peeps. I get that, and that's fair. Somebody saying that slow mode is sick, Runkles. Sorry, we're just trying to keep up with the chat. It's gotten a little nuts here. So somebody's saying no need to be rude or compare streamers. He's doing the best he can for the growth he's had. Cut him some slack. I mean, it just is. It's I can take criticism. It's all good. Are they searched before they go into court? A couple of times it looked like Amber was taking something. I don't know if the parties are, but certainly all of the people in the in the audience or in the gallery were. So yeah. Body language experts know what they're doing when they say we can't read minds. That is exactly correct. Have you noticed if any of the jurors are wearing wedding rings? I could not tell. They were too far away. Thank you for the super chat or the super sticker. I ended up in ER. A glass dropped unopened. Snapple. My dad actually had to go for stitches at one point because he dropped a glass root beer mug in an A&W. If you have those in your area, and he sort of reached for it as it was falling. A shard of glass broke up and came up and slashed his thumb right open. So we had to go to the emergency room over that. Glass is really, really nasty. Could you talk about the process the juries typically go through on complicated cases like this? I mean, they're basically just sitting there, they're taking notes, and now they're off to deliberate. Somebody's saying, what can I ask to search to find your Supreme Court video? I'll tweet it out a little later. So I'll tweet that out for the people who want to see it. And you can, you might want to make fun of me there, and, because I was super nervous at the start. So, yeah. Yes, in that question list, you had to answer yes to the first part to get to the question they asked about. That is assuming that the jury is doing the questionnaire in order, which they may not be. And they may still be arguing. For instance, they might be arguing about question 2 in order before they've gotten to that question and saying, well, I mean, we don't need to decide anything if we can just, if we can just say, we can throw it out on this basis. So, yeah. Noting her feet would have been cut up and not able to walk. Absolutely. That is a thing. I just did it again. Sorry, people. How many Johnny Depp and Amber Heard costumes will be showing up at Halloween parties this year? All of them. And like 10% will be tasteful. Actually, no. I suspect that the Johnny Depp pirate costumes will be probably more tasteful. Why didn't Team Heard just admit fault in the relationship and focus on the legal technicalities of the claim for why the case should be thrown out? I think it's because Amber Heard wanted to go a different direction, and I think that direction was a mistake. Regarding the nail dilemma, if a tooth gets hit, it either fractures and keeps color or stay intact and turn blue. Same thing applies to Depp's finger. Yes, I'm sadly not a doctor there. Good Lord, please use your $5 on a beer or something. Wish people could reel in the criticism and celebrate Runks for the dedication and perspective. I am going to have a beer after this. That will be a thing. I've got some Modelo downstairs. I'm going to throw some in the fridge. And yeah. Runkle, you're fantastic. Love from Florida. I actually wish I had some Clamato because I would make myself a Michelada. And that would be quite pleasant right about now. Maybe I'll have to order or go out and get some Clamato before places close. Oh, and we've got Rob here. He's probably going to tell me to wrap it up. He's making the face.
I heard you talking about Modelo, Clamato, and you're falling behind on Superchats. What are we doing?
That is... Hey, somebody was saying I should have a beer. And so I was noting that I do have a plan in that regard. So somebody was looking at super chats from before. Somebody was saying, didn't that first thunderclap couple weeks ago also happen when Elaine was talking? No, that happened when Amber Heard was talking.
Yep.
But I mean, both of them have been on the Amber Heard side. So if you're a superstitious person and are reading some things into the thunder and rays of light from the sky, then you're probably that might sway your decision. You could not put this into a movie where you've got this like ray of light shining down on Camille Vasquez as Amber Heard tries to respond and gets thunderclaps. Like, come on. So what I think of the jury misdirection by the judge, it is what it is right now. We'll have to see. They might end up fighting over it in appeals, but for right now, that stone is thrown and it's going to land where it lands. Did glassing become more popular after gun laws toughened up? Thank you for the info. So great. 2 other great men from Edmonton, an artist and antique dealer. You're all super friendly and kind. Kind of, yes. Also acid attacks in the UK, stuff like that. People will use whatever weapons are at hand. So sometimes, you don't get to pick people's motivations, but you might be, you might decide sort of how they attack you. Johnny's Cash App, in case he loses, we're just not going to do that. That is not Johnny's. That's Abel A's Cash App. That's not cool. Kim Ferguson, thanks for all the great work you've been doing the last couple of days. My maiden name is Runkle. There are a lot of Runkles in California. There are a lot of Runkles I've noticed in the States. There's only one in, there's not a whole lot here in Alberta. There's a couple in British Columbia, but they're all my family. So Runkle, one of the best things about this whole trial was finding your channel. Thank you very much. I was born and raised in Virginia, live in Fairfax County. So you are in Rob's backyard here. I like your hair. Thanks for making legal issues so easy to understand. I too would like to have some Runkle merch. Would love to have a t-shirt. It's a thing, Runkle of the Bailey. I have to get on that. The problem with merch is that every time I try to dip my toes into merch, I end up ordering one for myself, and the quality is usually awful. And I don't want to sell any merch that I would not be happy with receiving myself. So that's kind of my ethical principle on that, and that makes it hard to sell merch. I mod 4 channels, rude to streamer, timeout, really rude, banned. I mean, I've got a thick skin. So I just don't like people trying to stir crap up and so forth. Al Borland from Home Improvement, cool. I think they're referring to you, Rob.
Okay, good.
Now that Law and Lumber has arrived, what happens if Amber Heard cannot afford to pay the judgment? Runkle mentioned that it could be classified as non-dischargeable.
It's possible. We're gonna try and break that down based on the jury instructions.
So he's going to do a video on that at some point, and you should watch it because it will be really fascinating and really important. So, Rob, did you get into a fight with Amber?
Oh, the cheek? No, that's not the fight with Amber.
And I kind of feel like you'd win that one if it came down to it. One more time, who do you think will win and why? 70% Depp walks away with money, 29% nobody walks away with money, 1% Amber walks away with money. That's kind of been my breakdown. I think
I like those numbers.
Yeah, that's kind of my take on this. Is there's never a 0% chance, but I think that I'd probably actually shave the Amber walks away with money down a little bit now that we saw that question, because that question is not an Amber's walking away with money question.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that Heard basically said she did the op-ed in response and basically said it was about Depp. Yep. The other thing that was really interesting is that the jury didn't react to that at all. And what that tells me is that the jury had already reached that point. If the jury thought that was a big shocking moment, they would have reacted. The jury already knew it was.
Yep. They had republication. We're good.
Yeah. Amber Alert went off during her closing. That alert was created for a real victim. It was, I think, a tornado alert, actually.
Tornado warning, but it was loud and obnoxious. Yes.
And the judge described it as an Amber Alert in the... so, yeah. Somebody says, find out where Viva gets his from. I should ask him. And real victim, or thank you, Runkle, Texas Tooth Fairy. I don't know what that means. So... I kind of feel like that might be a reference to something that I'm not getting. If Johnny Depp wins the $1, does Amber Heard have to pay for Johnny Depp's lawyers? Or do they each pay their own lawyers? She'll have to pay his court costs?
Pretty much based on the anti-slap back and forth and the fact that it would be a winning based on malicious conduct, I think that there would be an argument for attorney's fees.
Beautiful. Because, I mean, the attorney fees are going to be a huge amount. We've heard Amber Heard paid $6 million. I would not be surprised if Depp has paid more than that, and quite possibly substantially more. So I'm having a hard time grasping agency. Could Washington Post have acted under agency in reference to the title?
No.
Not for Washington Post, but in terms of agency. So when you call your cell phone provider and you say, hey, I want to renew my contract, you're talking to like somebody who's making minimum wage or a little bit above that. But they are acting as an agent for the larger company, Verizon or whoever, whatever cell provider, in order to provide that contract. That's why you can sign. That's why you can agree to a contract with that person, and it's legally binding. Because of course, the company, they're not going to have their corporate, representative appear for every single contract they want to sign. That would just not be practical. There's all sorts of situations where you might have agency, and it can be complicated, but that's kind of an example of agency. Could either of you explain what non-dischargeable means and what it would look like? I'm not sure. So, go ahead on this
bankruptcy. One. It means the bankruptcy. When you file bankruptcy, certain debts are discharged, which means that it imposes an injunction against anyone for collecting against that claim. If it is deemed non-dischargeable, it means that it survives the bankruptcy discharge, which means that after bankruptcy, the person can still try to collect on that claim.
Yeah. So basically that claim survives the bankruptcy And at least here, an interesting aspect of a lot of that stuff is that you can end up with a bankrupt and a debt, and the debt still exists nominally, but they just can't do anything about it, which... yeah. If Johnny Depp wins the $1, does Amber Heard have to pay for
that one?
Oh, yeah, we covered that one. You're like, Runkle, move on here. DUI guy has nice t-shirts. I have one and it's comfortable. Cool.
He does. Good.
I may have to check with him and see where he gets his shirts. It was Amber Alert for a 15-year-old girl named Lily.
It was not. It was a thunderstorm and lightning warning. There might have been an Amber Alert around that time, but in that courtroom, that was a lightning strike.
Yeah. So yeah, that was my understanding as well. My brother-in-law is a YouTuber and uses Creator Spring for merch and has been happy with the quality. I've loved your coverage and take on this case. I can say that the glasses I got through them were terrible. I had some glasses printed with probably water, maybe vodka, and they washed off like people like hand washing them. The print was washing off in like 1 or 2 washes. So not good, not cool. I offered everyone who ordered one of those a refund and nobody took me up on it, but I was like, I want to send you guys your money back. Can Depp appeal in the UK based on testimony gathered in this trial? Unfortunately not.
Nope.
About the alert, I don't recall anyone from Depp's team having to check their device, but I did see Heard's team do it.
Everyone did. It went all over the courtroom, the entire courtroom, because any phone that was on vibrate and not like off, like Runkle's phone was turned off in his jacket. There was phones behind us that were on vibrate that went nuts, and you heard all over the courtroom.
Yeah, and there's a reason why I do that is because those I don't want my... Because could you imagine if it was just you? Like, because it's possible, right? Your phone suddenly gets a location glitch. It thinks it's in a different jurisdiction entirely. And so you pick up some Amber Alert that, isn't for the area. If it was just one phone ringing, that person would have been thrown out. So I wanted to avoid that. Rob, who pays for all the court costs?
We follow the American rule, which means that the individual who brings the claim pays their own attorney's fees unless there's a statute that actually imposes attorney's fees on the other party. Both parties have asserted a claim for attorney's fees. Attorney's fees are set for a separate trial date on adjudication of the reasonableness and who gets awarded those fees in August.
Wow. So that's going to be a thing. Wonder if Amber Heard's assets suddenly will be in another name. That is the kind of shenanigans that the court takes opinions on, and those opinions are not the kind of opinion you want the court to form, because that's the kind of, at least in Canada, I've seen judgments that basically say, oh, well, the money all vanished, huh? Well, I guess we're going to keep you in a cell until the money somehow reappears, or we get tired of holding you in a jail cell, but we got a patient, like we've got all sorts of patients. We can keep you there for years. And you know what? Sure enough, the money just somehow magically reappears in these cases. It's funny how that happens. Shill here, go check out Freedom Tunes. They posted a new video on Trudeau's gun control. They just set up a website, great creator to support. I don't know them, but I'll have to have a look there. So Reagan Hereford, thank you for the super chat there. And there's thank you as well for the super sticker and the other super chat there. What are your thoughts on the David Sillars cases and the non-powered watercraft DUI laws in Canada? I haven't looked at the David Sillars case, but I'll have to look there. The impaired driving laws have gotten really strict out here, so they now define, a conveyance. So in theory, you can get an impaired driving charge and all sorts of things. It's actually one thing that'll really shock people is you can get charged for driving home from work. You've had a rough day at work. You drive home. You sit down in your armchair and you pound back 6 shots, and now you're drunk, but it's within 2 hours of you driving home from work. They can charge you for that now. There is a defense that you can argue for it, but it's an affirmative defense, and it's going to be very expensive that you have to bring it in there. Is it true that if the jury is taking this long, it looks bad for Depp? I don't think necessarily. 2K to 200K subs. Wow. I did not think that would be possible, but I'm going to have a beer to that later. Question for Law and Lumber. Amber Heard moved her assets, i.e. new house, into a trust for her kid. Since it was done after the date of the op-ed, can the trust be broken, and is that likely?
It depends on the specific date that she moved the assets into the trust. You can recover assets that were transferred prior to the date of bankruptcy filing, depending on the intention of the person that transferred them and the time period within which they transferred them from the bankruptcy filing date backwards.
Cool. Yeah, bankruptcy law gets to be really complicated and really interesting. Amber Heard's experts seems like they'd never come up against better experts. Kind of scary to think of how many people lost their case due to those people, right? Yeah. BC's motion, that's Ben Chu's motion was so important. Jury may well now fear being seen to be victim blaming or sexist in this current social media climate of Me Too. They may well. If a juror wants to keep their head down for a year, there will be no publication of their details. And after that year, people will have lost a lot of interest. So also, if you really want to keep your head down, you just make sure that you're the second juror who wants to, that you're not the first juror who wants to talk, because then they'll just get the opinion of the other person. Before the grave, thank you for treating everyone with respect and dignity. I hope others do the same to you. Have a tremendous Tuesday. And is that pronounced Shannon? I hope. I'm not really sure. I've never really gotten that name right. So Kathy is online. Thank you very much. Hi, thank you both for the great information. If Amber can't find a job after this trial, can she come back with another lawsuit saying this trial defamed her? No.
Nope.
Everything in this trial is covered by a form of privilege, which means you cannot sue for defamation in a trial, because otherwise, think about how that would work. If I say Rob from Law and Lumber robbed a bank, that would be a defamatory statement. This is a joke. This is a explanation, but that would otherwise be a defamatory statement. But if you're a witness in a trial about whether or not somebody has robbed a bank, obviously you need that person to be able to answer, to say, I think it was this guy, without getting sued over it. Otherwise, you just have everybody saying, well, I'm not answering any questions, and you could never convict anybody of anything. If Elaine says the lawyers are getting $6 million, wouldn't that alert the jurors that the pledge will likely not get paid by lying Amber Heard? She's already said that the reason I didn't pay it is because I got sued. He's the one who took this money out of kids, away from the kids, which I think is pretty contemptible. My oldest son got stupid and rode a Zamboni on an unfrozen field, damaged the freezing pipes. He'll be forever known as Zamboni Boy. My renter's insurance covered his share of the damages. This was in Niagara Falls.
Oh, God bless. God bless. Moms, we don't treat them with enough respect. They have to deal with this crap.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Was alcohol involved in that one? Rob, did you sunburn your cheek, or did you get too close to Amber Heard? Do you want to answer what's going on there? Or
it's a shingle scar from like a year and a half ago. It's still there. It shows up all the time. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm just fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to hijack your chat for 2 seconds.
Oh,
you are
absolutely.
at 198,000 subscribers. And I'm going to make 2 comments. One, Sharon, her name is pronounced Siobhan.
Siobhan, okay.
There we go. From now on. And then 2, there's got to be at least 2,000 people in the chat that haven't subscribed yet. And if there aren't, then hopefully Runkle wakes up tomorrow with a 200,000 subscriber surprise. So everyone congratulate this man for doing some really amazing work the past 2 weeks. Seriously, insanely awesome. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. Somebody said, I missed a super chat. How do Elaine and Rottenborn come back from this professionally? No way as $6 million lawyers. They approved, agreed with experts, Amber Heard's testimony, pictures. I don't think Rottenborn's going to have a problem. I think Rottenborn can point to what he did and say basically, do you see that, that nightmare? I did the best with that nightmare that anyone could possibly do. Elaine is going to have a little more trouble. Elaine's performance was not great on this. And a lot of litigation work is about not going to trial, where you're doing all this, you do the depositions and you do all of this and then you settle it out. But the problem is, part of the settling out is that you want, it's kind of a bluffing game. We're going to settle for less than we think we could get at trial. And it's bad for a litigator to get a reputation for somebody who can't, who couldn't hack it at trial. And I don't know. She might do a lot better if she had a better, client and so forth. But Yeah, I wasn't super impressed with her performance. I think it's not as bad as a lot of people have been saying about her, but there were a lot of places where I was like, oh, come on. Hey, from New Zealand, you guys make a great team. Here for Ian at Runkle TQ. Okay, thank you. What happens to assets if there's an appeal? Thank you both for clarifying so many things in this trial. Hello from the Sunshine Coast. Do they actually have, like, is there an option to stay the operation of the decision, or does she just have to pay while the appeal is pending?
They can try to stay the decision itself, but it goes to the judge that enters the judgment. So
And
Ask Karate would have to be the one that says, I disagree with the jury verdict, and therefore I stay this decision.
And so that's not going to happen for Amber. She's not going to, yeah. Thank you for the $7 super sticker. I think there's also more motivation to stay it if you're in a situation where the money's going to go away. So, like, let's say you've got somebody who's living in a rental flop house, and they get a decision, a judgment for $10 million. Well, that $10 million probably isn't going to be left after the appeal wraps up. So that might also weigh in. At least it would here. I don't know out there. Whereas at the end of the day, I suspect that Johnny Depp is still going to have, like, if he gets an award of $7 million and it gets paid to him, he's still going to have that $7 million in a year. So,
Ian, do you still have a beer? Do you still have a beer poured?
A which?
Do you have a beer poured right now?
I do not. I've got a can of Coke.
Why don't you do this and go grab a beer, because you're at 199,000. So I'd like for you to have a beer in your hand.
The beer isn't yet cold, but I will pour a scotch.
Why don't we do that? Scotch. So just 1,000 more people, guys. Come on, let's turn this into like a midnight celebration. Well, it's midnight for me.
Yeah, like the Eastern time there is. So yeah, I've got a scotch here, and scotch is great because it's good for both celebrations and for sadness. And I see people noting it's Siobhan. Well, excellent. Who pays for extra security, bailiffs, etc.? Society. That's who pays for it. Does LawTube have their own dating service? No. New subscriber to both channels. Just want to say thanks for the awesome content, fellas. Well, thank you very much. So hopefully after all the other testimony, the jury sees the social commentary closing as the desperate Hail Mary attempt it was. Appreciate you both. I hope that they're... I hope that they're in there trying to determine how many dollars to give as opposed to whether to give dollars. And I mean, that's possible with that question. It could be, hey, we think that this is defamatory, but we need to know how much of the defamatory we're rolling in on this. So, Amber is a gold digger from day one. I mean, she's a liar from day one. It's really what I'd say. She's, so yeah. Walks up to Runkle's and places a glass of Lafroig in his hands and offers us off to bed. Sleep well when you get there. Good knock. Thank you. Today I've got Glenlivet, which is a very tasty beverage. I think Lafroig is heavier on the peat, and I'm not as big on the peat overall. I've myself been through domestic violence and don't feel the way she conveyed a thing shows she has opinions. Your opinion is not an uncommon one, and I have had a lot of people sort of note that they feel the same way. A lot of survivors have basically been really upset about this. So yeah. Could the jury take number 3 at face value verbatim and say it's true? She did in fact speak out against sexual violence, even if the allegation is false. Yeah, they're required to look at the implication of it, right? They have, and so you can't sort of use that kind of weaseling to get around things if the implication is clearly intended to refer to Depp. So that's I don't think they're going to do that. Whoops, things move there. Amber can always get a job as a bus driver. She can't get acting jobs. She knows about buses. Don't worry, Elaine. Amber lives on the left coast. So not sure what that was going there. Somebody, great job being a Rob. Loved watching Legal Bites too from a former law clerk in Ontario. Awesome. And love the sort of legal community in Canada, and also in the States. But it's a good community there. Just to thank you for all of your hard work. Well, thank you very much. And just looking here, I'm trying to get caught up because the chat is flying. One tweet: world believed Amber Heard, but 6 years, 30 witnesses and experts. Audio confession for Johnny Depp to be taken seriously. Hope this opens up important conversations. Absolutely. And people rush to judgment. There's actually, there are some scammers who use this on purpose out in my area, where they will intentionally create false complaints in order to gain material advantage, and it's hard to deal with. Sorry, that moved 199. He's almost there. So that was not actually the one I wanted to click. The one I wanted to click was this one. Granny, I believe you two young men need some sleep. You've worked hard. Time to rest. Sleep well. I'm still trying to catch up, and I'm not having much success. So just ask this question on other channels. Wanted your opinion. I'm physically disabled and have a service dog. Want to go to law school. Is this possible? Some years before I was in law school, one of the people in like their first year took rugby and ended up a paraplegic. He navigates with a little sort of tube that he maneuvers with his mouth. He was a Crown prosecutor for a number of years and is now a Queen's Bench Justice. So there's another Crown prosecutor who is legally blind. There are lots of people with disabilities in law, and especially if it's a physical disability, there's ways to navigate this. Nobody's going to give you any grief over having a service dog in law school or in the courtroom. I have seen service dogs in courtroom all the time.
Yeah, we now use them in juvenile court to help calm the kids as they're testifying. Having the dog up there, they can pet the dog and they're distracted. They can actually calm them down.
That is absolutely a thing, and we just have. But I mean, nobody's going to complain about that. So, Runkle and Rob, thank you for all you guys have done, giving us the inside scoop on this trial. You guys have truly made this case an awesome experience. You're both remarkable. Love from Chicago, Illinois. Thank you very much. I've never been to Chicago, but I'd love to one day. Tater Pictures. I hear celebration. I got a bottle of mead. That is an excellent celebratory drink. I also, I think, owe my wife a bottle of wine at some point in the moment here. Question: missed reason of the Johnny Depp motion. Can you go through this again? All right, the 30-second aspect. Rottenborn, in his closing, suggested that the jury should find against Johnny Depp for reasons of sort of larger social policy. That basically, that if you don't find for Amber Heard, then people are not going to believe victims generally. This is improper. This is not something that should have happened. And so there was a motion to have that stricken and for a corrective instruction to fix that. So that is one aspect. The other thing is there were some problems with the jury instructions. They wanted to clarify it. And I see here thanks for everyone's help on my name, Siobhan. Thank you. I'm sorry for not getting it right the first time. I'm just trying to figure it out. Rona B, my super chat was skipped. I'm sorry. I'm trying to deal with sort of what I can here. Paul K, not only a lumberjack, but with a slight scar. Okay, you ladies, start the lineup. All great content, guys. I see the head shake there. Jeffrey Dunn, waiting for the 20K. Been watching your content and sub for years now. Grabbing my scotch to celebrate with you. We'll see if it happens tonight, but I'm going to enjoy the scotch either way. So, did you see Camille Vasquez in the new Thor movie, Goddess of Thunder? Also, I recommend watching Johnny Depp interview, Finding the Creativity of Madness. Shows how he thinks and how his story lines up since 2016.
Avatar people. Look at the Avatar people.
Yes, check the Avatar. Camille, Goddess of Thunder. I would actually, if I end up finding myself with a huge amount of time, I will try to do like a leather portfolio and see if I can tool that image into it and just send it to her firm. And I mean, she could throw it in the trash if she wants to at that point, but I think it would be entertaining. YouTube, the Behavior Panel, Part 4, breakdown of Amber Heard's testimony. Never saw somebody with more micro movements in their face than Amber Heard. They agree with Dr. Curry. I mean, I don't think you need to necessarily go to I think Spidey said it, like, you don't need an expert. She's just obviously lying. Like, this is not expertise territory. This is just blatant. I mean, an expert can help sort of point to specific things, but yeah. Hello from Australia. Love your work. What is the likelihood of the jury dismissing any of the testimonies, in particular Amber Heard? I believe there's a jury instruction that allows them to disregard testimony if they're lies. Nabila, well, thank you very much. And yeah, I absolutely think that they're going to. I mean, how can you not assume or believe that she's lying? She comes off so badly. So, Scotchy, Scotch, my dude, in the little Scotch glass. I like it. Hi, I've been watching you both. You're great. Thanks for sharing your time and knowledge. Why do you guys think they didn't use Jay Howell's letter as evidence? I suspect that they were prevented from doing so. Do you guys have Instagram? I have Instagram. I don't post a lot to it, but I do have one. Hey, Runkle, if you want to guest star and run an NPC in my Sunday night D&D, running Witchlight, I think that is. Let me know. Easy way to get a fix when your life is too busy to play all the time. Maybe hit me up and I will toss me a message on Twitter, and I will have to consider it and see when I get some spare time. I have basically used up all my spare time for the next month, unfortunately, though. Apologies for earlier bad joke. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for all you've done. I don't remember what the bad joke was, so it's all good. When you get to 200K, please get your wife to buy you a new anti-static hairbrush that will make her pleased.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Liz. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Glenlivet, I'm on my way. Yep, it's good stuff. I got this little bottle of their Founders Reserve. Somebody got me that, and it's been quite tasty. It's not my favorite. The Aaron is really good, but yeah, it's a nice one. Could Amber Heard face perjury charges for Australia dogs or Virginia for this trial? I think it would be entirely possible. And I mean, I will laugh if she ends up facing with perjury charges out of Australia and out of the UK. Because
it's not going to happen out of Virginia, though. Like,
it's not going to. I mean, it's theoretically possible, but practically it won't happen. I'm told that the UK pursues it a lot more. And in this case, the UK system actually has a bit of egg on their face, because the judge really leaned hard into some of the statements that we now know to be false. And I mean, that's kind of embarrassing. So, but the wonderful thing about that is that not only does that prevent her from going to the UK, it also limits her from going to a whole bunch of places that might extradite to the UK over a perjury charge. Which, I mean, I don't know for sure. That might be lots of Europe. That might be Canada. I'd have to talk to a person who does extradition. It would really ruin her future vacation plans. So, I mean, she might have to vacation in Virginia, which is beautiful. Wait, I think she might have some bad memories about Virginia pretty soon.
I don't think she's going to want to come back here. She's really not going to want to come back here.
Yeah. So probably Hawaii is probably going to be her vacation spot.
Well, I mean, then
sorry, Hawaii.
Does she divert over Australia? Because if she diverts over Australia, she's screwed.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Glenlivet used to be my go-to as well. Enjoyed your fairness and insights. Congrats from a fellow, though, expat Edmontonian. Well, thank you very much. What do you think of Amber Heard using her homeowner's insurance to pay for trial and then stated in court she was using the divorce $7 million? If she was using her homeowner's insurance and and not actually using it, then that would also be a fun statement. Yeah. Ian, I asked this on Legal Bites' channel earlier today, but you left and missed it. What are your thoughts on the Yaniv? I actually did cover this one. I suspect you on the Yaniv guilty verdict the other day. Also, what are your thoughts on her abusing the Human Rights Tribunal to get away with her crimes? So I haven't looked at the recent verdict. I'm going to have to look that up. Jessica Yaniv is a fairly toxic figure who's been using the Human Rights Tribunal to abuse waxing parlors, and particularly appears to be targeting waxing parlors as operated by minorities. And also, I suspect that this one will be about the charge of possession of a prohibited weapon, to wit, stun gun, and then threatening a YouTuber with it.
So,
which are bad ideas.
Shout out to our ADHD trifecta buddy who is in the chat. Emily, thank you for the Purple Heart Squad coming in hard. Thank you, guys.
And Emily's probably going, is he still at it? Or what's going on here?
She's probably panicking for us right now. She's like, this is too long. They can't do this that much longer. Their focus can't last.
Oh, I mean, she's not wrong. At some point, I'll have to wrap it up. Have you seen the resurfaced TMZ video where on air they admit that Amber leaked the video to them? It's insane. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to have to check that out. I mean, obviously she did. So yeah, it's kind of that one's just, we already knew. Frankie Gurnick.
I'm sorry. Look at your chat right now. Look at your chat right now.
I just got to scroll to the bottom.
Purple.
Yep.
Purple. Emily, you are amazing. Thank you.
It's kind of like sort of a visit from a sort of like a fairy queen, where just suddenly it's purple hearts everywhere. It's I always kind of appreciate that. It's wonderful to see. So yeah, I wanted to ask a question, but I can't find the right wording to say it. So frustrated. Congrats to you both. Well, we're here if you find it. How do you think Amber will react when Johnny Depp wins and she doesn't get her way? Will she cause a scene like her cross? What would happen to her? I think she'd be crazy to be in the courtroom. So if she's not at the courtroom, maybe she throws a vodka bottle at somebody and hopefully doesn't take off any more fingers. So yeah. All right. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but oh man, is it moving? She's using this trial as a class, taking all the notes to learn the role of domestic violence victim in eyes of doctor and public acceptance of something. Look out for what she has her eyes on for plan of attack. I mean, I'd be avoiding her if I was, and I mean, if I was in Hollywood and, if I was Jason Momoa and, if they find that this is a false allegation, I'd be going, I don't want to be in the same room as her. She could be in the same movie. We're just going to green screen her in later because I don't want any possibility for allegations.
Yep.
Somebody's saying, can you offer a prize for the 200,000 subscriber? I would love to if I knew how, because it won't actually tell me who that is. I might do another draw. I did a draw at the 50,000 subscriber thing and gave away a very nice. This isn't the one I gave away, but it's akin to this. I gave away.
Don't put the knife away. We're on live. Put it away.
Knives are fine.
Next question.
Knives are fine. Firearms are not. So
next question.
All right, fine. There, subscribe to both your channels. Thanks for all your work, guys. It's been both entertaining and educational. Greetings from Houston while I drink my dimple. Awesome. Somebody says, stop begging for subs and money. Okay, well, that's okay.
Okay.
We're just, doing what we do here. So thank you for the super sticker. Camille only an associate. Objection. Muffin say she needs partner. Your opinion. If they don't make
tomorrow and check the profile tomorrow morning.
Yeah, if they don't make her a partner, I'm sure that there's a number of people who are, a number of firms lining up to say, we got offers. I mean, her work was amazing. But yeah, check at the end of this trial. Keep checking her profile. I bet it updates. If I'm on the fence about buying a restricted, should I bite the bullet tomorrow in case I don't get that choice in the future? Yes. And right now the gun stores are selling out rapidly. So yeah. Congratulations in advance, Ian. Fantastic coverage of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Watching from Australia. A bit early for a drink here. We'll catch up later. Hi, heart for Rob.
Oh my, okay. Go on.
Somebody says, you don't suck. Oh my God, be nice, people. I mean, people can have opinions. It's fine. Fellow attention deficit person here. I saw Emily D. Baker sets an expectation that she will get to as many super chats as possible, but there's not a guarantee and it's not possible to get to all. Fully legit approach for you two, in my humble opinion. Yes, I will probably have to adopt that in future. Thank you both for a fair and balanced conversation. Thank you. Staying on to celebrate with you. Mad props to you and Rob. Whoops, that was not the one I wanted to click there. Joy Nanda, thank you. I hope Dr. Spiegel got a chance to check out Johnny Depp's slow processing speed playing and singing with Jeff Beck in the UK. I suspect he didn't get a free ticket sent to him. So, will the restricted firearm course still be offered? I don't know. I suspect now's not the greatest time to take the course if you haven't done so. Your knowledge is priceless. Thank you very much. And now I'm catching up. I see massive purple hearts. Glenlivet 15-year French Oak Reserve. You deserve it. I'm probably going to buy myself an Aaron 10-year. Moved to Canada 21 years, and I love it here. Niagara Falls, Ontario. Canada is amazing in lots of ways. Do you think this case will see an increase in reporting and possible litigation for male domestic violence survivors? I hope so. Thank you for your great coverage. I hope that because I see men not being treated well by the system, and I would like to see that change. How could Amber Heard use homeowners insurance to cover her attorney's fees? Lots of homeowner insurance covers more stuff than you would expect, and lots of it might cover defending you in a lawsuit. I don't know if hers does, and for this particular kind, but sometimes it is.
Runkle is ad-libbing. No, and it's not covering her attorney's fees.
Okay. Yeah, there are situations where it can cover you for weird stuff, but I don't know what her policies are. So, what did Australia have to do with Amber needing Johnny Depp's help to get Aquaman? I didn't understand that bit of Johnny Depp's testimony. Can we get a subscriber counter? I don't know how to do a subscriber counter, but in terms of, I mean, Johnny Depp was basically saying, "Have you seen her acting? Do you think she got? Do you think she got Aquaman on her own because she can't cry properly?" So, yeah, that.
Hit the next super chat and then you check your subs, and I'll handle that one.
All right, I was trying to check my subs there, so
no, just hit the next one. DV Survivor Amber discuss us survivors. Yep.
All right.
Pretty terrible. It's really awful, and I'm sorry for everything you went through.
Yep. Look, Rosemont Whiskey and Newfoundland Distillery Company. I'll have to check them out. Although getting booze shipped across the country is a problem. No, this one was the assault she committed against Kian Bexty. Found guilty because it was all caught on the news camera. That's yep. Or he was found guilty. I guess that's Kian Bexty. Yaniv got off on the charges against the stun gun threat. Oh, right. I think she pled that down or got a. I'll have to check that out. Emily's wonderful, and we're all going through withdrawal after this trial. Much love to you both. I'm going to actually be kind of okay with having some time to talk about some things other than the trial. Although this recent gun legislation is going to prevent me from getting to a bunch of the stuff I want to. Runkle, I'm learning so much from you. I strongly suspect I also have delayed sleep phase syndrome now. Being a flight attendant for WestJet may or may not help. White Hearts from Strathmore, Alberta. Well, that flight attendant's a real rough job if you've got sleep issues. So my hat's off to you for keeping at that. Hello, Rob, Ian and Rob from Northern Virginia. I've been following you both and have brainwashed my husband to watch you. Both enjoy your live streams. Could you please say hello to Jason? Thanks. Hello, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
And let she without sin cast the first vodka bottle. Yeah, that's not how that worked, but yeah, she certainly cast a few. Does Rottenborn's free speech argument negate Amber's countersuit? Is it saying we have freedom of speech to accuse, but Depp doesn't have free speech to defend against accusations? Rottenborn is able to read the room. My read on sort of this is that Amber Heard is telling Elaine what to do, but that leaves Rottenborn free to actually run the case the way it ought to be run. And Rottenborn knows that Amber's countersuit is not going anywhere. So he is free to tank that countersuit because he's actually trying to, he's trying to play for zero, which is the best she's looking at right now. Paul Dupre, does Canada still burn witches at the stake? If so, how quickly can we get Amber extradited? We do not burn witches at the stake, although we just actually abolished our pretending to practice witchcraft statute, which was a thing until recently. Get paid today, so here's money for your wife as a thank you for letting you go back to trial last week. Well, thank you very much. We've got something picked out as a thank you. The elf, the fairy queen, and the lumberjack. I hope Emily doesn't give me or doesn't shake her head at that one, but yeah. Pterodactyl, do you think Amber would be okay with losing just so she can keep whining and complaining that she got screwed? She can stay relevant. Also, dryer shears to keep hair non-electrified. I think Amber is going to be very, very upset when she doesn't walk away from this with $150 million. That's my read on things. Somebody saying, Emily Baker, I sent Runkle a super chat telling him y'all have great chemistry and that you should all do a once-a-week lawyer talk on each other's channels. No obligations there, but I do love appearing on Emily's channels and vice versa. So Australia won't bring her back. May have a 3-year ban, which is common in Oz. Oz and UK have cases of glassing as we don't have guns. You can run from glass Maybe. I'm not very good at running. Okay, I think I have it. Amber sat smug AF during closing. Would there be a possibility that someone's doxing the jury? And is it possible to do that? Do not dox the jury. That would be a real big thing. So do not do that. Hello from Van City. It has been Scotch o'clock for the past 3 hours. Thanks for entertaining me while I catch up on work. Yeah, I can't just pound the scotches on these, or I will get even more chaotic. Runkle and Rob, what are your followers called? I don't really have a name for the followers at this point. If the chat comes up with a name, that is that's sort of the chat's that's the chat's prerogative on that. I think Emily's.
Don't leave that to the chat. They're going to come up with something that you won't like.
Well, I mean, Emily's followers name themselves the Law Nerds, and that is pretty cool.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's cool.
So, I mean, I'm not going to run with it if it's something terrible. Will the knife say "Hasta la muerte"? No, that's crazy people stuff. We're not doing that. Hawaii also has a form you fill out for letting them know about your dog's plants, foods. She supposedly went to Australia from Hawaii, so who knows if that was accurate. Ian, I really appreciate what you do. You were the first lawyer I subbed to on YouTube. Well, thank you. Always appreciate your insightful takes. Here's a small token for the Libation Fund. Cheers from Nova Scotia. So thank you very much. Just trying to catch up here. Rob, any discussion of visiting Runkle for fun when both of your schedules open up? And have you visited any part of Canada before?
It's going to happen. I have not been to Canada except for like when I passed into Alaska, but Runkle and I need to go shoot some stuff in Canada and have some fun in Canada and drink some beer in Canada. I'm going to be in Canada.
Absolutely. We'll make that happen. How did the jurors arrive every day? Did they come individually or in a van together? And would they have seen the crowd of fans? Just trickling in on their own. I saw some of them. I was having to dodge accidentally streaming near them or including them in a stream. 199, 230. Yeah, it was kind of unusual because for Rittenhouse, they were arriving in a van each day and being protected. Not so much for this one. And I mean, how could they not see the weird crowds and like the alpacas and stuff when they were leaving? How bad of an actress do you need to be? Jason Momoa is so charismatic. He can have chemistry with a brick wall. I think her acting is sub-brick. So tomorrow is Narcissism Awareness Day, Verdict Day. You know what? I'm sure that Amber is happy to have her own special day. Although when you're a narcissist, every day is your day. So Patrick S says, how about letting Ian run this channel? How about telling him how? Patrick S, if you own a mirror, you might want to have a look at it right now. Rob is here
I'm
because
not
I'm happy
telling
to have
him
here.
how. I am trying to help him navigate. If Runkle can cut me off anytime he wants, and he absolutely knows he can. Like,
yeah.
He and I have had this conversation. He trusts me to navigate him, and I trust him to navigate me. That's the ADHD like kind of bond that's right there. So
yeah, this is ADHD sort of buddy system. It works really well. So from New Zealand to Aussie, isn't happy hour anytime? I mean, can be. Any hour is happy hour if you're cheerful enough. As a juror, I would almost immediately discount Amber's countersuit as it's based on statements that were made after her defamatory statements in the op-ed. She started it, to put it simply, except that they actually couldn't get a defense or thing because because of a complicated argument that I'm going to sort of leave out for now. But yeah.
Hey, Rocco, I got to read a super chat we missed. So from Rona, we missed this one. From Rona. Isn't the headline true? Even if AH lied, RE abuse. She did speak up. She did experience wrath, even though she lived RE sexual violence. That was the super chat. And honestly, it's a good question. So
yeah, and the issue that they have is that the defamation also includes what you would take from implication. And so the implication in this situation is that it refers to Depp. And so if she just, if there wasn't that implication, she could make that statement no problem. But if the jury finds that this was, intended or that this refers to Depp and that people would take that, then she could be on the hook for the defamation. So that's why that statement causes her problems, even if it's like technically accurate. So, yeah. So I see. Thank you for the $5. You're fine. Your hair is great. You're not begging for anything. And you're doing a fantastic job with the chats. Can we see the sub counter? I don't know how to do that. I should figure that out. But I I saw Kurt has a sub.
199262.
I saw Kurt has one that was pretty good. The Australia reference had to do with Amber smuggling her dogs, not bad acting. I mean, there's both. Don't understand why the jury only considers statement and headline and not the entire article. It's the headline is the defamatory statement, but the article is the context. So yeah. Nuclear Creations, dear lawmen, do you think Amber Heard's lawyers knew up front her claims were fabricated but backed her anyway? Or do you believe Amber Heard's came to know during the trial? I don't know. I don't think that they had any sort of I don't think that they had necessarily a notion, but I mean, everybody's entitled to representation. Rob, will you be visiting Runkle in Canada? I think we've just covered that quite recently. That's going to happen. Thoughts on Barlow stalking Depp over the weekend? Rumor it's Amber Heard. Seems Depp might not be left alone after this. I don't know how she'd stalk him. I mean, he's got the money to get on a plane. So, or do you mean like Twitter stalking or something? I don't know. Johnny Depp team needed to say words equals intent of those words. Jury needs to say yes to those three. Example, if I say MAGA and let's play with Pelosi, that intent is awful, not literal. Needed to tell the jury an example like that. Examples can be really helpful. Can you use homeowners insurance as the plaintiff? Almost never. Insurance covers you typically on the defensive end. And I mean, homeowners insurance, usually where it covers you in a lawsuit, is something like, I invite Rob over. Rob comes over. My sidewalk is icy. Rob falls down and, breaks his nose. And now he wants to sue me because, it's a majestic nose and now it's broken. And
why did that get so dark? Why'd you make it so dark? Why do I have to punch you in the nose? I don't have to punch you in the nose.
No, I was saying if you fell down and broke your nose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then you might sue because at that point, you've been injured on my property. Then the homeowner's insurance might step in and say, we will defend against this claim because that's part of homeowner's insurance. So that is a thing that is sort of one way homeowners insurance can get involved.
Runkle, do me a quick second. I can give the live social. That's this super chat. Check your private chat real quick. Live sub count is currently 199286. And yes, thank you, Key Lime, for actually giving me that look there. Yes, justice for all those hashtags. You can hit them up, but yeah.
All right, now I may have lost. Oh wait, here we are. I hope she didn't suck away too much of his soul. Thank you guys for your coverage. Yep. In your opinion, what is the false and defamatory inference in statement 1 that would support your vote in Johnny Depp's favor? I mean, basically that he was abusive. And my read on the evidence is I don't, and I mean, really that suggests physically abusive, not just any abusive. It suggests a physical abuse. And like, that's the implication. I didn't see, like, she videoed everything and she documented everything. And the only evidence she's got of, physical abuse looks sketchy as hell. Somebody says we are Runkelkins.
Oh, I like that one. It's kind of creepy. There's a creepy vibe to it, but
yeah, but I'm kind of okay with that. So, somebody says, was it easy to travel with, or was it easy with COVID to travel? Someone wants to visit from the US. If you got to get your vaccines and all of that. And they've got all these rules.
One sec, be right back.
Okay. So I see, let's get Runkle to 200K. Oh, thank you for the very generous super chat there, Legal Bites. So close, guys. If you haven't already, do it now. That's much appreciated. And just look at this there. Runkle, the law elves are the Baileys, law and lumber, the loggers. I think loggers works really well. If Amber loses, will she still be able to say Johnny Depp did all this stuff to her, or will she have to stop? I would not repeat that ever in public again if she lost, because she risks getting sued again. With regards to Australia, I believe Johnny Depp was saying she's going to have issues working in Australia because of the dogs issue, for which they had to apologize. Yeah, they absolutely might. I mean, she might not get allowed and so forth. See, Runketeers. Whoops, I missed that. Runklets was suggested there. Beer fun for Robin Runkle. Well, thank you very much. Runkle Jacks. That's just looking here. Getting an early celebration, various celebration emojis, beers, champagne glasses. Congratulations on 200K. Every single one is much deserved from Oz. Well, thank you. I think we're a little bit ahead. Question: are Indigenous peoples exempt from new gun regulations? No, there are some exemptions, but they are ones that you should not rely on. I have a video on this. It is a problem. Oh, and hey, sorry, I'm not sure how long you were stuck in the.
Wait a second. Wait. Pull up your lives.
My lives?
Pull up subs.
Oh, hey, it just ticked over. 200,000.
Yes! Yes! Congratulations. I made it just in time.
Yes. Well, glad to have you here for the celebration moment. It's
Can you fix the zoom in facey thingy?
The zoom in facey thingy.
I know I have to center myself though.
Yes.
Oh,
there we go.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
I'm like, which button is there?
Turuncle of the Bailey.
Yes. Cheers. I still
Cheers.
have some water in here.
Cheers, good buddy.
Cheers. Cheers.
Well deserved. And
Runkle.
congrats.
Amazing.
Fan-
Very
Well,
well
thank you.
deserved.
It's been a crazy time. So I'm lots of the question I keep getting asked from local lawyers is it true you slept on a sidewalk?
Yes.
And I'm like, yes. And they're like,
I saw it.
Are you insane?
I will sign an affidavit. I saw it in
And
person.
he'll also sign the affidavit that I'm insane, and because he saw that in person as well.
Will also sign that affidavit willingly,
So-
happily.
Oh yeah, it's been what is it? It's been a real wild ride on this. So thank you all. And the chat just keeps going, so I better try to keep up here. You guys and Emily into law.
At this point, you thank everyone that sent everything in, and you say, guys, I appreciate you very much for all of this. Right now, my brain cannot process everything that's happening in this moment, which means I'm going to be distracted and I'm not going to see all of the chats. And I'm going to try to get to them when I can, but right now I can't process what just happened.
That is fair. So chat, I really appreciate every super chat you send in. I can't. I guess I'll have to adopt the Emily sort of standard, which is I can't promise I'll get to all of them, but I really do appreciate it. And I really want to say thank you guys all for joining me here and, sharing this moment. I really, it's been absolutely wild. I just don't know how to process it. I've had some, some weird moments of being recognized and so forth, which I'm not used to. It's crazy. So thank you guys all, and I really appreciate the I'm kind of a little overcome here. I'm
gonna talk because he's not able to right now because he's processing emotionally. This is Runkle, what he does when he processes emotionally. He doesn't do it often, but he does do it every now and then. Runkle, congratulations, man. I can't think of someone who did more work in such a short period of time to actually earn so much respect from so many people. Like, dude, you sat on the ground and slept and you made it to that courthouse. Someone asked me earlier on Alita, your channel. I said, how many nights were you in there? And I said, I was in there. I went in 2 days. I tried 3 days. And they said, how many did Runkle go in? And I said, I think he missed just 1 day when he was in town. That is in freaking sane. And that is dedication. And you know what he did? He came home and he live streamed every night.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
And the days that you weren't in court, you were showing up on my channel and elsewhere to live stream the trial and talk about the trial and do all that stuff. And by the way, you have a normal job too.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was off from my normal job because, although I had to come back for the Tuesday and then I was flying back out because, people are like, why don't you just stay? And I'm like, well, because, as a lawyer, you can't necessarily get a day off. Some days some days they're just, you have a day and you can't miss it. So that was one of them. Like, it just couldn't be moved. And so I had to bomb back, and then I was like, I want to go back. I want to see the rest of us. I want to, so. And
it's hard not to see it through.
Yeah, for sure. It's like I started this. I've got a lot of aspects on that. So Dana Colson, thank you for the very generous super chat. I think the jury request was positive for Johnny Depp. BR, so Rottenborn. That's an unfortunate name, but suggested in closing that the SV was a college thing. They asked if they needed to consider the article where that came up. Explicitly told no, they have to examine the article's sans context. 2 years ago, Johnny Depp. So that might well be that's some interesting. I like that. I'm gonna have to go through the article again and see, because that might lend towards their forgetting stuff. Runkus. Oh, that's some people were asking what they what my sort of follower base should go by, and Runkus is something.
I like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also saw that the Runkelkins. I do agree. That's a little. It's got a little bit of a creepy vibe, but like I don't know.
Law elves wasn't bad. The legal elves wasn't bad.
I mean, Runkelkins sounds like something that might show up in a horror movie.
Well, it sounds like Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, but it sounds kind of a little creepier, like something that might show up in a horror movie, but to like Jack in the Box music,
like a Krampus or something like that.
Yeah.
Can I do this just because you can't see it on the front door when you come home?
Aw, yay!
And yes, for the people who missed it,
I like how when you said when you come home, like as if like Ian lives there now. It's also Rob's home is Ian's home. I love that you guys have this bromance brotherhood that has been forged through this whole experience. I absolutely love it. That's like honestly one of my favorite things coming out of this trial is like seeing like the friendship that has developed and grown between you guys through this whole thing.
Absolutely. And I mean, for the people who missed the reference, so when I ticked over 100,000, which was surprisingly not long ago, I was coming back, and it like I'm tired. It was a long day, and somebody says in my answering chats, I will get back to chats here in a bit here, but it was a long day, and I'm fighting to stay awake sometimes in that courtroom, because when you're going there and you've had 3 hours of sleep and you're just pounding, like when on the days when Rob was there, he saw me, it'd be like a break, and I'm like, cafeteria, I need a Red Bull, it's going in my face, and then we're going back up there. And you just see me like pound this Red Bull, and then back up we go. That's what I was sort of having to do to stay awake sometimes, because they were actually they kicked some people out of the courtroom for falling asleep. Because when you've been in that lineup all night,
to be fair, they made him walk around. They made him walk around the building. They could come back in, but they had to walk around the building.
Yeah, you wouldn't get banned for sleeping, but they did get nudged out. And actually, one guy did get banned for sleeping, but it was because he fell asleep. And when they nudged him up and woke him up, his response was to like flip them off and start a fight. And so it was more for the response to that,
Okay.
And I mean, that's reasonable, right? You want to pick a fight with the bailiffs? Well, guess what? They can pick harder. It's, you're not going to win in a fight against the bailiffs. So, so I'm sort of staggering back, and I get there, and he's got sort of construction paper all over the door. Congrats on 100K. And I was like, oh, so I was really, that was moving. So, that was a good moment. So thank you. I want to address this one. The court reporter here in Alabama was summoned twice for a jury duty, and both times I was the first strike. Why strike a stenographer? You have seen too many trials.
You've seen too much shit.
Too much.
I'm sorry, honey. You've seen too much.
You've gone too far. You've seen too much. You know the secrets.
I mean, I want to go in there and lawyer, right? And I want you to I don't want you to have heard 1,000 other jury instructions. I want you to hear this one today. I don't want you to have heard 1,000 closes. I want you to be listening to this one today. So, no offense, I would have struck you too.
I need Lori, Jean Lister. I'm calling you out because this is fantastic. It's the Bailey Brats.
I don't know if that'll catch on, but I mean,
come on.
I'm not going to pick it. Eventually, the channel will sort of settle on something themselves.
Something will come up and it'll just fit.
Oh, absolutely. And, we'll just have to see. So I see it's fun seeing in the background of all the shorts and TikToks. I've had tons of people sending me, pictures and so forth. The one thing I'm going to say I really like about all of those is just how many they're showing like a picture. And this is included in like the Whitney Heard picture. And I'm looking over to the left. And in all these pictures, I'm looking because I'm sitting there studying the jury. And, I really like that there's all these pictures where I'm just focused in on the jury. And I'm like, yep, I was doing that. So, yeah. So I see jury must answer to specific blocks of sentences as defamatory. Why you not talk about? Well, I mean, that is correct. We've been trying. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, they have those specific sentences that they have to evaluate because those are the claims, but they do have to evaluate them in the context. So, yep. And to think Amber Heard could have squashed all the disbelief by wearing some stylish flippy floppies to court, showing off those horribly scarred feet. I mean, serious.
Okay. Next one.
I just appreciate the term flippy floppies. That's the part that I appreciate because you have pronounced it properly.
Well, I mean, the thing is she should have had some horrific scarring from that.
Yeah.
And I mean, as much as, the chat can get creepy about that sort of thing, showing, like, being able to say, here's the scarring would have been helpful, right? Yeah. There were so many places where we should have expected some evidence that we never actually saw. Where was the flight attendant? Because I can tell you, flight attendants are logged on every flight. You're not a flight attendant who's not being recorded. There's no secret flight attendants. And that whole thing about she took a bunch of MDMA, I was like, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. She's not risking that, like, her ability to work, because they get tested like randomly. She's not risking that for that. So life advice, find a partner who respects you like Rob and Runkle do each other. ADHD buddies forever. Absolutely. Find good people and surround yourself with them. Jeff Beck, Johnny Depp rocked out at the Royal Albert Hall May 30th, 2022. It's on YouTube. I'm going to have to watch that. I would, if he comes to town, I'm going to try to check it out. I've actually put in a Vampire Diaries alert into Ticketmaster. So
not Vampire Diaries, but yes, I trust that you put the right words into Ticketmaster.
Yes. I was less tired when I did it, so
I know.
Not so much of a teen drama of vampire TV shows. I can't talk either right now. I'm also tired.
Yes,
I am the most awake person in this chat right now. This is fantastic. What about the Baileys?
That's that one. I think is probably likely where things are going to settle out, just because
I kind of like that one. That's pretty good.
I feel like people could call themselves that in public without feeling too embarrassed. Whereas, I saw somebody say runkies, and I feel like nobody's going to call themselves a runkie in public.
Yeah.
As a nod to D&D, Runkle Rogue, maybe.
Okay.
Runkle Tears, I could totally.
That's not
see
bad.
That one.
I kind of like that one too.
That one's not bad. Too.
Can the judge share any comment or opinion once the verdict is announced? Nope. Wouldn't.
Quick answer.
Yep. Real quick. Someone suggested Runkle Rousers. Okay, that's
that's a good one too.
Runklers of Law, congrats on 200K. That's Runkle's Bailiffs. That's not bad. It's a little harder to pronounce, but yep. Somebody says needs a Runkle Bull. You're not wrong.
He needs a Runkle Bull. A Runkle Bull. I'm gonna call it from now on. That's my thing now. I'm gonna call it Runkle Bull.
All the legal and elf puns, and then somehow I haven't seen a single person call you Logolus yet. Lots of people have called me Logolus.
So many times.
That is, I just can't see anything on that. So yeah. Was it you three together? One of the main reasons I keep tuning in. Definitely, plus a few more. But your regular crew here is logical, respectful, but fights for their views. I mean, we've all got our own sort of things that we're looking for, but I like talking law, and I like trying to, I like just commenting on it, and it's good stuff. Bless you, Rob, or nah. I'm not sure.
Either way, you choose.
We're law runkies instead of junkies.
Okay.
I can kinda. How will this trial affect Elaine's reputation? I mean,
little impact. She's a damn good lawyer, and she's
Yeah.
going to have her own cases.
I suspect she's not going to have any. I suspect she's not going to have any shortage of business, and yeah, so that is she's going to be busy. Hi, question: can you speculate as to why Depp's team didn't bring forth data from Heard's phone, e.g., texts, as to why they didn't bridge the subject of Heard dragging ass producing evidence? I think that they were probably trying on all of those things and unable to.
Yep.
So, whoops. I see somebody said half flippy floppies, but that wasn't the one I was trying to click. Thank you for the super sticker. Runkladites. Okay.
Not bad.
Also
typing,
not bad.
So last typing is yet 200K. I'm end of life care. Tears of joy because your dedication is above and beyond. I'm just so happy to witness this in live time. Truly a moment of pure joy. Can't thank you all enough. So happy I'm part of this well-deserved accolade. I hope that means that you work in end of life care and that you're not, in that state yourself.
Good clarification there.
I don't know which it is, but yeah.
Either way, that's a very heavy area to either be in yourself or to be working in.
Yep.
And that's very, very commendable and meaningful work.
Absolutely. Yep. Does the jury question determine where they're at in deliberation, quarter way, halfway through the instruction? No. That's kind of the short answer there. So the chat is liking my name. What do you think, Runkle's Bailiffs? I mean, think it's pretty good. Runklers, fair enough.
Oh, that's not bad.
The Runk and Roll Show.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Welcome to the Runk and Roll Show. I like it.
What college did Amber attend? I don't actually know.
I don't think she did attend college.
Fair enough. So amazed at how.
And I'm not saying that as any kind of a suggestion of what I think that came up in testimony, and I think they said that she didn't, if I remember correctly.
I think you might be right, Alita.
Yeah.
So amazed that she thinks no one would come and set the story right when they do. I don't know them. They weren't there. Yeah, that was weird when she says, I didn't know I didn't know that the manager of that park. So yeah. Runkle Stiltskins. Yep, that's a possibility. I do like loggers.
It's not bad.
I think that one's more for Rob. Questions from jury worry me about them not understanding preponderance nor intent and context of a whole article versus 3 literal blocks of sentences. Juries are always.
We can't read into it at this time of night. It's honestly at this time of night, us trying to do that type of analysis is just not gonna be what you need to see.
Yeah. Runkle Junkies. Is it possible for the jury to award JD more than $50 million if they win? Can they go beyond the ask?
No, actually they can't. They're bound by the pleadings on the specific counts, and then there's 350 for punitive that they can hit. So there is a limitation they can hit on the top end.
Did it say that it was up to $50 million or it was 50 million or more?
I think it was up to 50. I think it was 50 million.
And that's 50 million.
But at the very
total.
least, you can get punitives on top of that 50 million, though, which is only like $350,000. Yeah, it's not. I mean, $350,000 is a lot of money.
I know. But when you're talking about $6 million in attorney's fees, it is not. Yeah, exactly.
Agreed. Yeah.
Whoops! Somebody said the Fellowship lean into the Lord of the Rings thing. I don't want to get sued.
Yeah. Good point.
When you and Rob do a show, call it a little R&R. I kind of like that.
That's not that bad.
That's not bad at all.
That's not bad at all.
Thought Rob sneezed, but that was like 15 minutes ago. Yeah, you can see how far I am behind in the super chats here. Hi from Northeast Georgia. How about Runkle's Rookies? That's not bad. I'm a Runkie forever. Okay.
Kind of like that one.
What is it? R&R gets my vote. Rob and Runkle happy hour would be great, though Mike's happy hour is hilarious and awesome too.
Oh, we can bring Mike in too.
Yeah, and I don't want to hit on the what is it? I don't want to hit on the what is it? The happy hour thing, if that's his line. Hollywood Vampires is the name of Johnny Depp's band. Vampire. Yeah, I know. I just had a brain fart. I'm sorry.
Even when I was trying to explain it, I was having brain farts after brain fart after brain fart as well. So I understand your pain.
Runkle Bailiff, not bad. Did you see on the chat on LB's channel about Jury 3's partner holding an amber sign? That would be interesting.
We don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, no. I stepped on a tiny 2mm sliver of glass last week and still have the wound and a doctor's note to extend expired gym class result. Come on, Amber. Yeah, I like Runky and his rollers. That's not bad. Runkle and his baylets. All right.
Kind of demeaning.
Anyone know why Stephen Duders didn't testify? I don't.
Didn't need him.
Runkelators.
Oh, I kind of like that one.
Sleep deprived punch drunk Runkle equals Runkle Bull. Yeah. Didn't she claim the essay was in college? Yes, and so that might be an issue there. Runkle junkies and lumberjacks. Nice. Riders of Runkin.
Cool. Bless you.
Yeah, I've got some allergies.
Salute.
There. Runklings with little duck pictures. Haven't seen this mentioned. Johnny Depp is featured on Manson's 2012 cover of You're So Vain. I read the Carly Simon message on the mirror as a direct jab at Johnny Depp. Yeah, that is entirely likely. In honor of LAS, she said she's passing in chat. Oh, yeah.
If she is end of life, if she is currently terminal end of life, as someone who's lost someone to terminal cancer, I cannot imagine what you are going through. All of my blessings and all of my prayers go to you, your family, and everybody involved. I thank you for just experiencing that last few days or months with what you love doing. Just live that life.
Yeah, and I mean, I hope it's it's comfortable. I hope everything that you sort of want out of life, it's tough. I hope everything is sort of going as best it can in those moments. And I know as best it can, it's always unfair. It's always it's tragic. So if that is sort of where you're at, I'm you've got I guess everything I can give you here is so. All right. Runk and debunk. That I mean, might be good for a sort of a particular series there. Beyond the formal instructions, do the jury get any technical support in deliberations, or are they left to fend for themselves alone when they're coming up with the verdicts? They can ask the judge for help, and beyond that, the judge can answer questions or not as they come up. Thank you for the super sticker. I see people saying I got to get to bed. You're not wrong. I see Runkle's heard. I saw the Bailey bunch celebrating with the tequila. Congratulations. Thank you. I saw Runkle in-laws and loved it. Loved the stream.
Ooh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that is Runk DMC. Wikipedia says Amber finished high school via home study. Says nothing about college. That's an interesting question as to what was going on there. Logolus, what your Elven Eyes see litigation. A lot of it. 300,000 subscribers. Will you change your legal name to Runkle? I also like Baylor. My legal name is Runkle.
I was going to say, where'd you guys get that from? It's pretty rough. His name is Runkle. His name is Ian Runkle. Runkle of the Bailey. It is a pun on words, but not the right word that you're attributing. His name is not also, Ian Bailey.
Mr. Bites, I would like to submit the possibility of the Runkle and Bullwinkle show.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Bites.
Bullwinkle with a bow, like a bow and arrow.
Okay.
He also very much would like for Runkle to teach him how to properly do archery.
I am not an archer, so I will have to learn myself.
Did he say that himself, or did you paraphrase that for him? Because I feel like that was
he specifically wanted me to say that.
Okay, fair enough. Somebody's asking if I'm going to cover the Daybell trial. I have to look into that one. I don't know at this point. Let's get ready to Runkle or Runkle up. I cannot do the first one. The guy who has the trade. No, the guy who has the trademark on that is super litigious.
Can we not say, we can't say Runkle?
You can't do get ready to Runkle, or he will come in and sue.
Okay, what if we say like, let's not get ready to Runkle? Like, could we do that?
I mean, if I come in and if I mean, he'd probably be willing for me to like hire him to do it, but from what I understand, he charges like
$1 million.
thousands. Yeah, it would probably be like $15,000.
What if
an
changed?
Episode?
What if you changed "get ready" to like "let's prepare"?
Let's prepare to Runkle.
I kind of feel like get ready to Runkle, like just to have that voice would. I mean, it might be worth it. I don't mean to say that out loud. Is it worth it?
I would, yeah. Runk Elves, the mirror thing. He either wrote that message perfectly with his left hand or with a bloody bad right hand. How dumb do they think we are? Really dumb. Yeah. Uncle Runkle. I am actually an uncle, believe it or not. So, question: how does the judge's ruling that Waldman's statements will be seen as Johnny's affect his statement chances of winning? That was not the ruling.
Yep, she did not rule that way. They can interpret it that way if they choose, but that's not the ruling.
Yeah, it is open for them to make that conclusion, but she did not say that they must make that conclusion because that's a finding of fact, and the judge does not make findings of fact. Winner, a little R&R is universally what everyone needs. Am I right? Yes. Go Runklers. I took a week off work to follow you every day. Whenever I get a call, I quickly say, got a Runkle and hang up. Just so long as it doesn't end up being a something along the lines of got a grumpy.
BT 500, Runk and Roses.
Oh, nice. If not a little R&R, Drunkle with Robin Runkle. Stop Runkle time. Somebody's saying, how's the doggo? He's got a little bit of a limp on one of his back legs. He's favoring the one leg. He's super cheerful. He's super.
That's good.
He's really happy. He's not whining. He's not crying. He's not complaining. He's not anything. But he's not moving the way he should be. The doctors are worrying that he might have torn his dog ACL equivalent. And so if that is the case, he's going to need some surgery. And they're sort of cautioning me that it'll be expensive. Thankfully, he's got doggy insurance. And so that should hopefully eat a lot of that cost. So that is a good thing. But tomorrow he's got to go in real early in order to get x-rays. He couldn't have the x-rays done today because we fed him dinner, and they have to sedate him, so they don't want him to be in a situation where he could, So tomorrow he's going in for x-rays, and we'll see what the situation is. But he may well have to get scheduled for specialist surgery, which of course I'm gonna be worried about him, because anytime they have to put him under, there's risk and so forth. And I will probably not stream on whatever day he's in surgery because I'm just going to be sitting there as a giant ball of nerves. I'll tell you, when my wife was the one who first wanted a dog, and my take on this was I don't want a dog. And so we compromised and we got 2 dogs. And,
I like your definition of compromise because it actually is so accurate in this moment.
But I mean, at first we started with one dog.
Dying. Alita just died. Like Alita just fell off.
But we started with one dog, and
they tend to grow on you, don't they? The number of animals.
Basically, the agreement we made to start was we're going to get this dog. I don't have to do anything with the dog. I don't have to look at the dog. I don't have to feed the dog. I don't have to walk the dog. I don't have to anything. Good. And that lasted like no time, especially because we got the dog and then she went away for a week. And the dog had separation anxiety and was throwing up and was also in the habit. Oh, this is even worse. The dog was in the habit had been eating his own poop.
Oh, no.
That was a habit we had to break. No. So she leaves and I'm left cleaning up this, the worst stuff imaginable. Just as like we've got a like there's 2 levels on my house. The smell woke me up from sleeping on the bottom floor.
Okay. Point made. It was a bad smell. I don't need to envision the smell in my nose.
But I still ended up falling in love with this dog, and that sadly that was Ripley. He's passed on. But I just ended up falling in love with these dogs, and the one dog, the smaller one, Zora, she likes to climb in the bed and sort of sleep with her head on my back when I'm like, she'll wait for me to come into bed, and then she'll be like, "Are you settled? Are you good? Is this the position you're going to sleep in?" Yes. Okay. And then she puts her head on my back and is just like, "This is where I'm going to sleep then."
And then she looks up at you and like, "You're not moving now, right? Like, I'm comfortable. You can't move."
It's so cute, and I just love her to bits. So I will, and Potter is just this gentle sweetheart. He is this big sort of Saint Bernard mutt from a rescue dog. He is the sweetest thing ever. I will just be in real anxiety as to what goes on there. So yeah, I see Drunkle, and I'm still on the Runkle Bulls. I mean, it could happen, but
got him some of those.
Have you ever drank Bailey's from a shoe? I have not. I prefer to drink out of glasses or sometimes bottles. Unicorns. And then hashtag Kate Moss no cross. They didn't actually cross Kate Moss.
I know, which means that you want merch. That's your first merch. You like trademark that Kate Moss no cross. I want to see that on a shirt, and I'm gonna buy it.
Fair enough. I will have to. I'm gonna have to get on some merch there. Was it Need the Runkle shirt? That's kind of a thing there. I will probably have to do that too. There's a whole bunch of potentials there. So is jury tampering ever possible? Yeah, I don't think she's going to do that. Our dog had that on both rear knees. $800. $800 is well below what my veterinarian is quoting as the likely thing there. And somebody's saying X-rays won't see the ACL tear if they do full range of motion with his leg. If it's a torn ACL, they'll feel it pop as they move. I mean, they're going to sedate him and they're going to do full diagnosis stuff and so forth. Apparently, we're not going to cover what jurors are doing
about that. Yeah.
Rob, thanks for doing the videos with Mike. They're the best. Tonight had me in stitches. I'm a social worker in healthcare, and the humor is so appreciated. Also, thanks for helping all the panels. So needed and appreciated. So,
thank you.
Agreed.
We always use that line on my dad. Honest, you won't even have to interact with the pet. Then the pet decides that dad is their human. Both of the dogs like my wife better, and that's because they have good taste. But I definitely do. I love those dogs, and I come third for each of the dogs because the dogs like my wife first, and then each other second, and then I'm third. But after after that, it's everybody else in the planet.
Yeah.
So.
I'm sure the margin is not that big though between the three.
No.
Wish the jury could award Johnny Depp as Fantastic Beasts 4 and 5 roles. Unfortunately, that's not a thing. I'm still bitter about this. Looking at you, Warner Brothers. Runk Lords. Okay. Runky Cold Medina. Okay. Well, okay. I'm sorry. Whoops. That was a misclick. My kids are huge fans of you all. 8 and 14. Please say hi to Ania and AJ. I hope I pronounced that right. Make their night. Love and appreciate you all. Hi, Ania and AJ.
Ania and AJ.
Hi.
Instead of going postal, can we go Amber Turd now?
No,
do not do that. Stay out of people's beds. My grandmother's dog tore his ACL. I had to put a towel around his back end to help him go outside to the bathroom. Cost $4,000 to do the surgery. That's about what they're quoting me. He's better than ever. Hope everything works out for you. Yeah, I love that dog.
Than ever. Yep.
Somebody was saying dogs eat poop, train off using bananas. Actually, the thing that worked for me is MSG. And basically, there's a whole bunch of products on the market that are stuff that you sprinkle on the dog's food, and then the dog eats it, and then the poop tastes terrible. And I did research as to what was in them, and it's MSG, apparently. So if you sprinkle MSG, or we sprinkled MSG on the dog's food, and then they eat it, and apparently the second time around it tastes awful. So
we do not give dietary or veterinary advice.
Yes, this is not advice.
on this channel.
This is just what I was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any chance that can work? The cats will eat it, and then you can keep the dog away from the.
I don't
the
know,
litter box?
because
we
I'm
do
just
not give
asking for a
veterinary
friend.
advice. We do not give veterinary
Yeah.
advice on
Device.
this channel.
Talk to your vet as to what.
What
you know,
I give a veterinary
It
device?
is late.
yeah, especially keep in mind things like grapes are fine for humans and lethal for for many pets. So
Sure. Yeah.
be super cautious about all that.
Yeah,
Happy wife,
yeah.
happy life. With regards to the compromise on 2 dogs, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
I love that story so much. I love that so much, Ian.
Hello from Calgary, Runkle Society. Not bad.
Ooh, not bad.
Battle of Runkle Hill.
Ooh, also not bad.
And somebody says Runkle Cores, a play on the Runkle apple, also to the core of laws. I think that many people wouldn't get it. So I like the idea, but I suspect that would be a thing. Runkle's Regulators, not bad. I'd like to help with merch if you'd like. Hit me up in my Twitter DMs. I am terrible with designing things. Emily D. Baker is almost at 600K, 597K.
Let's get her there.
Amazing. I'm so happy for her.
If you haven't subscribed to Emily D. Baker, you should have.
What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, she's amazing. So, yeah.
All right, buddy. We're doing lightning round, okay?
All right.
Mods went to sleep. We're doing lightning round.
All right. Dog did that. She was 15, so surgery scared us. She was giving steroids and the glucosamine first to see how she did on that before doing high-risk surgery. Steroid and glucosamine did the trick. She lived to be 18.
Oh, wow.
That is awesome. If your pup has a strong heart, don't be too worried. My Rhodesian Ridgeback has bad heart murmur and sailed through several sedations. Ooh. Aslan is 5. So I think he seems like he's got a good heart. I want some Rob merch, and yes, that needs to happen. I don't know what Rob merch would look like yet. I suspect you need your own line of woodworking tools.
Don't suspect. Just keep going.
Rob, how do you use the Cry-Cut and woodwork?
I have not played with that yet. That was dropped off by a friend. I still have to learn how to use it.
Did Doggo tear ACL or did he step on a bee? Yeah, no, the crushed pineapple, good going in, not tasty later. Again, we don't offer veterinary advice, but I like pineapple, so. Greetings from Ontario. How do I send Rob a Lee Valley tool catalog? I think he's got several. Glad I'm retired so I can watch the 3 of you all day. Ian, I heard on another channel you might be moving to the U.S. Any truth to that? No plans in that regard. I think that might be somebody else that you're thinking. If you ever want nightmares, look up where dolphins' nipples are located. Well, I don't, so thank you.
Don't want nightmares.
All right.
Ron and Rob, I love St. Bernards. Yeah. Bailiwicks, spelling intentional. Well, that's a grumpy runky. Haha. College comment by Ben Rottenborn at 1333 in closing. Please, someone analyze. Think it's important. I will have to look it up a little bit later there. So he says, I was a veterinary technician pre-kids and worked with an orthopedic surgeon. I've seen many a knee surgeon. TPLO is pricey, but worth it. Sending love to your pup. Absolutely. And I love that dog. I love watching him running around in the backyard with Zora, my other pup. And if I can get him back to where he's doing that, and I mean, still he's running around, but if I can have him doing that without pain and so forth, it's worth it. So great listening to you all. My wife enjoys watching and listening and got me hooked. Thanks for all you do. Keep it up. All right, so I'm caught up at least on today's super chats. Other than this one, which just came in, Alita dropping in. Going to be going through trial coverage with Royals when this is over. Yeah. Thank you to all 3 of you, and congratulations on 200K. Thank you very much. Looking forward to whatever you guys cover next. So at this point, I am going to say any future super chats after this last couple that came in, I will not get to. So apologies. I appreciate them, but I won't be able to get to them. And because I'm going to read these last 2 that came in at the wire here, and then I will go to bed. Last super chat, Runkle's Law Crew. And again, you guys are awesome. Thank you for all you've done. Runkle's Foot Soldiers play on Rocky Mountain foothills. So, and nobody's going to bribe a jury. That's not happening. For the TPLO fund, and if no surgery needed, then the Scotch fund. My pup is recovering from TPLO, and even a few weeks in, so worth it. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yep.
I know I said that I wouldn't do any more, and that one came in under the wire, but I want
top right button, buddy. Top
right
button, because there's more coming. Top right button.
All right. I did see that last one. I will cover that in a future chat.
Favorite books? What are you guys' favorite books? We have favorite books.
Harry Potter series.
About them later. Yep, Harry Potter. Go read them.
Yep. I will cover that one later because I really need to get some sleep here.
Sleep for Runky.
So thank you guys all for joining me. I really want to thank both Rob and Alita for joining me at the 200K, as well as everybody in the chat here. It's been a real wild ride. It's been amazing and weird. I mean, I never really expect to be sleeping on concrete. If you'd asked me a month ago, hey, are you going to be sleeping on pavement as part of your YouTube thing, I would have told you that you were nuts. And then there I was. So, yeah, it's been a wild ride. I really appreciate it. I see more super chats coming in. Sorry, guys, I can't get to them tonight. I am going to hit the end broadcast.
Keep doing it, buddy.
See you guys there.
We love you. We love you. We love you.
Bye, guys.